good afternoon to this workshop in the flame of the European Industry Week. The region of Western Greece is organizing this workshop with the subject Entrepreneurship towards Industry 4th. This online workshop will consist of 2 sessions. The first one has to do with extroversion of Greek industry, and the second with international industry trends. In last years, the European Commission has been organizing this EU Industry Week as an appropriate for interested members and all citizens all over the world in order to start a dialogue exclusively on the future of European industry. This year, this Industry Week will focus on accelerating green and digital transition, as well as changing global competitive landscape and the post-COVID area. Today, there will be many representatives online of this workshop. Has to do with the industry, entrepreneurship, and from Greece or abroad. And they will answer some questions on how we can achieve this transition to the industry, what factors are lead to this industry, procedure, the designs, new synergies, some innovation that we have to follow, or some policies that we have to do in order to transform to a digital innovation hub. We are also have an entrepreneurship in English and Greek at the same time. And before giving the floor to the first speaker, I would like to say that the Western region has ancient industry all over the world, the country. And a simple example or proof is that we have the industry in Patras are the first created in Greece, many years before Piraeus and Salonika, and here we have today an organized industry area in Patras, and we cooperate with many enterprises from other countries, and of course we can cooperate with the investors and all contributors to these areas, and we are trying to make this industry better. And in this frame we have a great succeed that the Western Greece we didn't have an energetic extrovert that we had as a Western Union, as we were announced from 2011 now on. And with our innovation, the innovation of the Western Union, we have to the pipeline of the gas pipeline from Tripolis to the VP of the industry area of Patras, and we are waiting for the approval of this project of the Western Greece would be approved for us. And the Western region is energetic to all the projects from the European project, especially with the CPMR, that is an international commission from the Black Sea, and that is I am the vice president. And of course, through other innovation and commissions, we are trying to have a cooperation and frequent communication with all the relatives that has to do with have the project with through cooperations with all these places. And I'm going to close the speech that we are going to pass to the third industry 4th, and the Western Union with other 14 regions it is in a high level in the first digital innovation project. We are the first that test all the project and the proposal that have to do, and we have incorporated the region of Peloponnesos, the region of Ionian, and of course the region, and we incorporate them in a project and a proposal that is really important. And I would like to say that to Mr. Michalos, that there are many issues and that the Commission would have to discuss, but also there is a fund problem, and we are going to discuss so as not to have any other problems. And with this, I would like to welcome the President of the Deputy of Piraeus, and I would like to say that he's coming from the commerce and has a great experience in that. As a president of the Central Union of Chambers in Greece, and Mr. Michalos, you are in a really important and vital place these times, because you know that this COVID has a drawback on the industry and enterprises, even if we have some funding measures that the government has placed. So you have to tell us what the enterprises has to do in order to face, and how you can see the situation today with the COVID program that we have. So you have the floor. Mr. Zanes, I would like to thank you for the invitation for this workshop that we are doing it through internet. And you know that I have this place is really important for me, because this place has a great importance for the industry of the country. One of the main problems of this last decade, it was the industrial problem, with the combination, with the coordination of the innovation and reforms to imports and all the services that has really indoors face us the financial crisis that we faced the last 10 years. We can agree that we have great opportunities in order to develop financially, and that depends on how we can transfer in a new and more healthy, more productive model. A model that will create quality places of jobs, and that has to take under consideration the technology and the innovation, having an extrovert coordination. The field of industry can help, vital help in that purpose. Has the main role in order to have a more product that would be really important for the abroad, and that has to reinforce all the exports, the Greek exports, and of course not to have so many imports. At the same time, it will make and help the financial of our country and become competitive. So we have to eliminate and make a balance to the financial, and maybe we have more well-paid salaries in our country. It is known that industry in a crisis period of time would be stabilized, plays a stabilized role for the economy of the country. We can say that in this crisis that we had in 2008, all countries that has a great industry had a balance and can succeed in have a better development. Today, in our country, the pandemic has to do with some fields that our economy was based on. So we are talking about the tourism, and of course, and a great range of other fields that have to face this pandemic. I mean about enterprises, restoration, or maybe commerce. So that means all these fields has to do with 40% of employees that work there, and of course they face a great problem through all the last years. And we don't now know if there will be long-term drawbacks to the tourism, and we don't know who are they and what we can do about them. So what we have to do is to reform all the development program of our country. Greece is with Cyprus as well at the same time, and we are dependent on the tourism industry. And I don't want to make any complaints, but tourism is a great development industry for our country and will remain a great advantage for our country, financial advantage. But we don't have to base only on that. So we have to take advantage of this period and see it as an opportunity to make new strategies in order to develop and reinforce other fields. Of course, the field that we have to cover is really important. Greece continues on having lower rates in cooperating with the and from lower rates of exports through all countries in Europe. The Greek industry export in 2019 was 9.2% of it, and the average of other European countries that has to do the same with Greece has to do with 38.2%. So in our try in order to develop these fields, we have to overcome some really important obstacles. The first one has to do with the funding, and of course the funding program that we had in the last decade has to do with 10 million euros. That was not enough for the Greece and the Greek industry, because the Greek industry is based on small enterprises, and all researches have proven that. A research in 2019 shows that all main industries has to do with the small industries, and that is the 99% of the whole enterprises and the industry field in Greece. So there are two small industries that has a productivity of 40% concerning to the European productivity at the same time, and many other countries in Europe has many more. So Greek industry is based on 270 industries that has to export the 50% of all the Greek exports. So at the same time, we don't have, I would like to mention that we lack of innovation. The knowledge that we have made by the research doesn't has result in innovating products or innovating projects and technologies that we have to use in order to increase the productivity. And in Greece, we have lack in this field, of course. Other obstacles or problems that we have to face and the industry, Greek industry has to face, has to do with the refund. We have great taxes, bureaucracy, lack of place and placements, so that increases the problem with founders in order to come to the Greece. And there was a report that was made in 2009, and Greece was the 19th place through 190 countries that face the same problem. And of course, the last 10 years, we had a development, and we had increased this rating for 2 points, but nowadays that we are facing the same problem, other countries had a great development in fantasy and enterprising environment against from Greece who didn't. The last years we had some steps that are really important and has to do with this development and through the law of development that was changed, but at the same time we have to do more, and of course really fast. For this purpose there are needed many funds, projects, and of course the mean that we have to take under consideration in order to take advantage of these refund values. We have many things that has to develop the funding of Greece, and supporting this goal of increasing the funding, we have to take innovative projects and proposals in order to reinforce and create new and more and greater enterprises that take advantage from funding, and they will have a step in the innovation, and so as to have some employees that is really technological adequate in order to succeed in that. At the same time, supporting this fasten of this digitalization and in this new model of industry productivity, that is the Industry 4.0. We have some projects and proposals and goals that we have to do with the digital technology and devices. Fundings and investments that will represent of this transformation and the Greek industry in what we can call smart factories. We are supporting the development through reinforcing the knowledge and of course the research through universities or laboratories throughout the country. Of course, the creation, innovating places in order to attract some investments from abroad. At the same time, we demand, we have to have some transformation and some specialized policies in order to reinforce some fields. I have to say some of them, as for example, some taxes projects that we have to take under consideration, and of course facilitation in buying some devices that are really useful through the industry, for the industry and the enterprises, the renovation of these projects and checking the investments for the law 4399 through ESPA in order to limitate the bureaucracy and of course to fasten all the funds and in order to facilitate the project to become true. At the same time, policies in order to reduce the cost and the energetic cost in order to eliminate the gas, and at the same time we need to have a goal in order to be at the same level of other enterprises from the abroad. So we have to give some some funds and some renovations and some reinforcement to other enterprises in order to develop the products that has to do with the advantages that our country can give. And we have to have a communication with some people and group of people that has to invest in our country. Today, the Greek industry has many fields that has a great productivity, and we have a great productivity in these many fields that has to do with all human people who are here and are working here. And of course, we have some other fields that are developing all the time, as for example, the energetic one. Of course, we have to attract some investments from abroad in order to open some new markets, some higher markets, and take part in them. We have great opportunities in this frame and has to do with the technology, with the digital transition, the production of construct products, and at the same time with these actions we have finally to go on renovation as to the market, to the taxes, to the social insurance, to the social emancipation, and at the same time to the education and of course the system of health. Through this succeeding, creating a new industry policy with all these proposals, we are really benefit of the commerce that would be better, and of course the products will be many more in quality better. And of course we have some job with great salaries. We can hope in a model that has to do with the development and many more diversified and can be sustainable in any kind of change in the environment. It is a try that will be really critical in a great level our opportunities, how we can reinforce our economy the next years. I would like to thank you for one more time, and I wish you every chance in what you are doing this workshop. Mr. Michalis, great. I would like to thank you so much. There was a great statement about the problem for all has to do with the COVID, and for the industry field has a great hit from the COVID-19, and all has to do with the job opportunities. And I can say, and I can agree with you that we should change the development and the project of development that we have made. And of course, we have to discuss it one more time in order to be more focused on that, based not only to the tourism industry, but at the same time to other fields. What is really concerns me nowadays is that the industry is a great industry for the Greek economy, and I think that we have to check it, that industry is the same of many other enterprises that are based on them, and this happens to any other countries all over the world. And lastly, I would like to mention the taxes that should be decreased in order to pay attention to other fields. And I don't know if the government can hear to you, if it is possible to decrease on these taxes, because we have to look for some income in order to take a balance to our financial due to the COVID. But at the same time, I think that the SAMPers would have a great and a vital role in order to find a solution and fight this development policy that we have to follow the next year. I would like to thank you again. You are always welcome to Patras or any other region that you want to come. When we have the interference of the great, you are welcome to come there. And I would like to thank you. And now we are going to a friend, a speaker, Miss Anna Diamantopoulou. She is going to speak about the role of the smart region in the Industry 4. She is the president of the Network for Reform in Greece and Europe, former commissioner and former minister. I don't think that is another way to speak to you. You are commonly known. In another workshop that we had, you were talking about the reform in Greece that you would like to make, and I think that the today minister, great minister, was the coordinator cooperation with us. You are following the programs, all the European programs, and you have a communication with the European Commission which has to do with enterprises all over Europe. So we would like to listen to your message and, of course, your proposal. Good morning to everyone. I would like to thank you, Mr. Zaimis, for all you are doing, and I can follow you, and you are from people that in the region has to and has the feeling of what is going on here nowadays, and that's why that I believe that the Western Greek has great development. 15 years ago, I was in 2015, and I was presented my book that has to do with a smart Greece. What I had to focus on that days was to see what was coming and how we can organize our forces in order to not to have an obstacle on what is coming. Nowadays, I have to speak in the smart region in this new era. The smart new region doesn't have to do if it is nearby the sea or it is on the mountains, if it has any historical opportunities or any other benefits, but what has to do is to find the people, not in the neighborhood, not its region, but has to face all the planet as a market, a global market. The history of this smart region and smart cities in Europe is a reality. As you know, the smart region as organized in a European level. We have the S3 smart sustainable strategies that has to do with regions who cooperate on this orientation of this smart policy. And what it has as characteristic is the digitalization, the climate change, of course, the innovation. Now, in order to speak about the digital transformation in the region, I will be more specified. I wouldn't like to speak generally, because we are always saying what the government has to do and what the country has to do, but we never focus on a specific problem. Even when talking for Achaia or the region, western region of Greece, we have to see what are the real reasons why we are not continue on being on the first line. Maybe there wouldn't be taken the choices that had to be taken on time. Maybe it wasn't be a promotion of this western Greece. Wasn't taken appropriate. What we see is that the great difference in many fields, from the transformation to the services that has to do with the third world people. We come to see the cooperation through all the scientists and the cooperation between humans and machines and devices. All this problematic doesn't have to do with researchers and university presidents. We have an industry that cooperate with the universities, on the laboratories, the regions, the enterprises has to cooperate in a new reality. I start with a research that I had made in Macedonia, and I would like to start with two problematics. 97,000 industries has 118,000 employees. Do you know what does that mean? If we made the multiplication, we have to see that there is a great problem of really small industries. And these small industries can't stand in this new reality. So, if we want to say that we support the small industries, we really know that we can't support them, but we have to reinforce them in order to become greater and cooperate with them in order to become more heavy. Your region is the 8th region has to do with the export, because you have the sea all around, and the 20% of these exports has to do with food industry. So this vital project and idea has to be the base on how to innovate new things. You have two programs that has to do with the ESPA, through ESPA. The first one is the brain, and what we have to say is that we have to take these two rules and take as considerated the problem we have to overcome and think about the next 5 years. I believe that we can't speak without have a determined view of 5 years period of time. And for your region and all the characteristics and all the history and all the belief of the change through all the fields and the enterprises that has to do with the new and renewal sources of energy, the university had made a great progress, but the goals would be really specific. The program for the innovating manufacturing in Western Greece has all the digitalization and the energetic results, but what has to do in really few words? That means new products, new technology and products of these products, new services, and of course new ways of productivity of these services. All these things and new products and new services have to face and take under consideration the global market, not only Italy, because you have exports only in Italy. Is it possible? If you see the strategy of S3, you can see that other regions have great advantages on this strategy. I think that through this program that is in progress, and I think that can go on, we have to say and find all the enterprises that you have, to separate them in groups so as to make a plan in every specific group. Small enterprises should be united to other much bigger in order to go to a digital period of time. We have to take under consideration the new investments that are coming out. The goal is to have bigger enterprises with digital background and digital technology, members to all the digital platforms, and their goal would be the global market. As a network of this organism that I am taking part, and through the industry force, we are communicating and discussing about the problems, and now I am making a change and reorientation in order to see the East and not the West. Because in 21 countries in global East market, we have to orientate to them. And that could be done from a region, from only one region, in order if we want to exchange products and services. And of course, we have to do that. We need the program Rebrain Western Greece, because with these investments and funds, we are going to support all these processes. And all human people that take part on them, we have to understand that they can't be vital, can't be productive if they are too small. So they have to reunite to other enterprises. We have to proceed in some problems that we have, but we should focus. I would like to thank you one more time. Mr. Zaimis thanks Ms. Diamantopoulou, and he would like to mention that it's really important what he was talking about, and the general goal that we have made through the that we have made as a region. We are at the right moment to make this strategy for the next day through the ESPA 21-23, and we are a great problem on that. But our goal is not to be 8 or 9 to all rates concerning to the other regions, but our goal is to be up to the 4th place, and we have to specialize it with specific rates. And for instance, as we are has great results with income, but the gross domestic products, we are the last. So that is where the problem is, how to make and separate this income, because our economy is really different to the region of Telekarnania or Achaia or Ilia. But we can't make a fundamental project rate and how to calculate all these fundings and financial results. If we wanted to reinforce the manpower, is really important, but at the same time it's really difficult because we can't easily transfer the knowledge and how people and enterprises are used to be, and they are used to be really small. Even they know they have a problem. Even they know. Yes, I know that Ms. Diamantopoulou insists that she's made a great project and research on how these clusters of small enterprises will work. Mr. Zaimis would like to add that the exports, the products of that we're having, we have to say that through the pandemic, there was a great development on the transports and transfers that we've made in Italy. Even though other fields were catastrophic, that was the only positive thing. And of course, I can agree that we can't see only Italy, but all the other Europe, all around Greece. And we had a great project and plans up to China. We are interested in tourism industry, but we have the program of Golden Visa that is really important too, and doesn't has to play the load in Western Greece as it has in Attica or in Cyclades. We are really interesting, and we believe that we are competitive, and I think there are tourists that can find things here in region Western Greece, but we have to work on that, many more things. And I'm keeping the relation that you mentioned between human and device, and it's a part of the Industry 4. The big data, the AI, is really that we have things that have taken under consideration. And of course, we have to solve the problem on how we are going on. You know that we have a device, a mobile or a laptop that doing everything, but at the same time we have to the human has to be there. And I read something that a man that was in AI was asking from America to find a new technology for intelligence, smart intelligence, and he was asking for checking. I would like to thank you at the same time, and we are giving the floor to the next speaker. We are with us is Mr. Georgiadis, the Greek Minister of Development. Thanks that being here, even if he has a great and demanding program, he is in the electric chair today, we can say, but he found the time in order to connect with us. Mr. Minister, if you are here, we would like to hear to you. If he doesn't listen to us until he's connected again, we have a technical problem in the studio. I will give the speech to Mr. Chrysoulouris, who is the professor, has a great experience in universities and in private field, and he's going to speak about the manufacturing application and the perspective in the Industry 4. Mr. Professor, thank you so much for being here today. I would like to thank you again, Mr. Zaimis. You have an innovating air in our region. I would like to thank you for the invitation and the organization of this workshop. I would like to speak more technically at the beginning. Our laboratory has to do the production system and the automation, and of course in Greece many people didn't know a lot about it, and we cooperate with industry from Germany or Italy, Sweden and many other countries. We had three regions that we worked on. The concept was starting from the German government and has a great support from enterprises like Siemens, but the manufacturer was really thinking about this. Then other enterprises came partners on that. Especially in Europe, we work on that. The first region was the cooperating commons region that has a trend that robotics won't be alone, but cooperate with humans or maybe cooperate with them. A factory that has used this kind of concept, it is the Tesla in California. And Tesla doesn't have the traditional way of productivity, of producing cars, but has robots that one is cooperating with the other. In Europe, there is a trend on having a cooperation between robots and humans in the same environment. It's a great difference because it gives flexibility, better conditions of working, but at the same time has great technological problems that the last 5 years we face and overcome them quite easily. I would like to stop here in order to give the speech to Mr. Georgiadis. Mr. Georgiadis didn't want to interrupt him. And I would like to go on. So the first one is the cooperation between robots and humans. In Europe, there are many enterprises, and current enterprises or others has a potential for a great development throughout Europe. The second thing that we are involved in is the smart sensors that has to put sensors in order to collect data in the productive line, and this data would be used in order to take some great decisions. And now the smart intelligence and how to use this data is really important. The third thing that we are working on is the creation of platforms. These platforms and the business customers using the internet as an industry in order to talk to its clients. The Americans and the Chinese are understanding great. In Europe, we have the business-to-business platforms that has to do with the better cooperation with the enterprises throughout them in a European or global level. These platforms are collecting data, and this data are used in a more easy way of communication through the enterprises. I would like to explain it more because Greece is really interested in that. All this environment in the Industry 4, has some drawbacks to manpowers. Germans in many research have proven that they don't have drawbacks, small drawbacks to manpower, to unemployment. And all German associations are agree on that. But there is no doubt that in the future, the upskilling, the manpower that means, would be upskilled and inskilled in order to make new skills, make them new skills. Is what we are made a new way of education, and it is called teaching factory. What do we mean? Is like doctors who want to be prepared for a surgery and make practical focus on what to do and what they have to do. In the same way, all the industrial manpower has to be and get used to the industry. All the industry needs a great process here in Greece, but in Europe as well. So the idea is to use a new technology as transfer the university in the factory in the university. This way of thinking and this way of new example of education, we have made a pilot program with the university and the industry of Volvo, the Volvo Enterprising, in order to see how with a great distance we can use these new technologies. And it works really well. Because, and of course, these days that we have the pandemic, we have to face the pandemic, we had the great results because it permits to our university in order to connect with other enterprises throughout Europe, in order to see the competitiveness, to make practice fiscal policies for the manpower, and is the new way to face the products and the problems that arises all the time, and educationally has a great potential to become a new way of education. The Industry 4.0 gives the opportunity to Greek enterprises, the opportunities to, in my opinions, pandemia was a drawback, and what we are talking about supply chain, the supply chain is orientated to East, and the industry is trying and to rethink the way that it has to plan all this supply chain. And in our enterprises, is really vital for this manufacturing enterprise. Now there is a thought and a problematic on how we can resiliate these industries. Resilience means flexibility to changes. So how the supply chain would be more resilient? We need the masks, and how we need, and how many masks do we need? It was a great idea that this supply chain should be rethink again and replant again. The Industry 4, the exchange of data forms, the platforms, have a great and a vital role in this industry, even in small enterprises in Greece, because using platforms to exchange these products, to exchange these ideas, Greek people can be really near to other producers all over the world. It is an opportunity that this platform gives to the enterprises in order to be part and make part to this supply chain in great, easier and more adequate as other years has to do. There is an orientation that we have never thought about many years ago. So the Industry 4 gives this opportunity. The second thing that I would like to say, and I will close my speech, is that the Industry 4 gives the opportunity to small businesses to take part in a game of all this technological and digitalization of manufacturing. Of course, Greek people are really good in software. We have digital twins that we are really great, and modelizing through digitalization and using technology appliances. Greek people, we have a great trend and opportunity to produce technology, and the Industry 4 gives this opportunity, gives the opportunity to Greek enterprises to be technology providers. And this is an extra advantage that we can have. And a new keyword that I would like to mention is that the European Commission is the fight we know. The Industry 5.0 is the continuum of Industry 4, but the Industry 5.0 is main human-central, must be more human-centered. And Greece has a vital role in there as well, and generally through the universities, and we have great importance, the university have an importance and play a vital role in the industry. Maybe it would be another opportunity for all European countries, and how industry can be processing that in a few years in the future. Thank you so much for your attention, and I think I put some thoughts in your mind. Mr. Zaimis would like to thank the professor, and he wants to be fair and says that he's a person that was the man that made a policy, extrovert policy in the OTE, and made a policy to other countries, to European. And he was a great, vital role in OTE, and he didn't understand that why this policy is not followed these days through the enterprises. And he believes that if we just defend to the enterprises, defend to them, we can't gain more things, but we have to battle and be a first step, make the first step in order to extend our productivity and our supplying chains and coordination, cooperation with other countries, not only in Europe. Of course, we have to follow a central policy, but we have to find other ways in order to cooperate. There are many other programs that are under the desk, and we don't use them. We have to give a lot technologically and industrially, and that's why we have to see it again. And of course, these days that we have the great crisis, the crisis is an opportunity to see them again. I would like to give the speech to the Greek Minister of Development and Investments, Mr. Adonis Georgiadis. I am really glad because you have in the background a historic picture that was with the Greek Revolution, has to do with the Greek Revolution that comes from and starts from our place. And of course, we are celebrating these 200 years of Greek Revolution, and we are really happy for being here today, to find the time to being here. I hope that this pandemic will go away right away in order to find the development and the new investments for Greece. Thanks for your presence. Mr. Adoniadis would like to thank Mr. Zaimis. It says that he's the first time that he's meeting Ms. Anna Diamantopoulou and congratulates her for her place of the 3rd place that this researching project. I was really anxious about your success. I know that for somebody the disappointment of not having this place, and as a country is a success to be the 3rd place of being there. Mrs. Diamantopoulou thanks Mr. Georgiadis, and thanks for your help and your agony that your help. Mr. Georgiadis thanks Ms. Diamantopoulou, and he thinks that he's an alien to the Ms. Diamantopoulou, even in the other Ministry of Education, or when she was a Minister of Development. So let's go on to the subject of the workshop, and it's really vital and important because today we presented the program of the APAREF program, that is a great program that focuses and orientates to the Greek industry in the Industry 4, and the same would happen through ESPA, the new ESPA, that has to do with great programs in order to reinforce the entrepreneurship in Greece. So, what this program is and why it is in Greece. Greece is really back to its enterprising in the industry. Has to do with the great industry of services and not to products. Today, Greece is based on tourism industry and not in other productivity industry. So we are so back from the other countries throughout Europe. So it is really important for the Greek economy in order to become, not to become the first industry country in the Europe, but of course we have a great part in the European industry. And we have to benefit from this program and to make the infrastructure and follow the trends of the period of time nowadays. Sometimes really difficult in order to reform and make the technology change quickly and set the industry and the research and the innovation in Greece and make it in a great level. This is our idea, our goal, and that's why we have already started the innovation in Greece. And we need an enterprising productivity project in Salonika, and some other laws that we voted about was about this reinforcement and give some taxes reinforcing and help and support in order to help the entrepreneurship in Greece. We have some succeed nowadays. I give you an example. The Pfizer decision to make this digital decision city, it is a great Greek success. And this research has to connect with other enterprises. Of course, the Microsoft that choose our country in order to establish its program in Greece. So that means that we are competitive to many other countries all over the world. And so digital reality is reality. That is really important for our country. And with this route and with this observation, we can make an ecosystem that will help us in order to make country more competitive. Of course, we need education because technology is not enough for all these things, and develop the skills. We have some skills, but at the same time, there need to be many more things in order to make the innovation true. And I think if we cooperate with the talent and the great work, I think that as a country we can have a great part in European industry and have a presence all over the world in many other products and services. Of course, the government has the purpose to support this innovation, but the society should support the projects and the goals as well. And now it's the time that we have to take advantage of our opportunities. I would like to thank you at the same time for inviting me in order to be here and speak today. Mr. Zaimis thanks Mr. Georgiadis for his presence here, and he would like to say that we had made a great progress with the help of the government and become the digital partner of the region of Greece, and we have a term of region Western Greece and the region of Peloponnesus and the region of Epirus to be in the same field and same group. And now we are going to competitive in Brussels with other teams with funding. And I think as a minister, we need your funding support in order to go to this competitiveness. Mr. Georgiadis agrees that he will support this funding. And now Mr. Mandas is going to take the floor. He's the president in the Pan-Hellenic Association of Businesses of Industrial Areas, not only Patras, but all over the country, and who would like to speak about the benefits in the Greek industry and the extroversion. Mr. Mandasis thanks Mr. Saimis, Mr. Georgiadis, and sir or madam that you are here, welcome. And I would like to thank you for the invitation today. I would like to speak today about the manpower that we have today, and the title of my speech today is how mature are we to benefit as a business? With this question, I would like to say that as we are living in a great demanding era, from a decade of crisis, and here we have the pandemic, the Greek economy and of course the Greek enterprises can't stand any other economical problems. This is a challenge for us because the world is changing all the time and it is developing all the time. So the Industry 4 doesn't have to do with the enterprising or the digitalization only, but at the same time is the green is the green method of any product, of any service we can offer. So we can talk about three types of changement that has to do the digital, the energetic, and of course the industry that with the cooperation of the Greek government or other European plans and supports, these new challenges will be faced in a way that overcome all the obstacles that we can have or maybe arise through the pandemic. Recently, in February 2021, we had the first project from the Minister of Economies from Britain, and they were asking to stop using the rates of gross domestic product if we don't calculate all the environmental costs that we may have. So in that, I would like to add that in that gross domestic product measurement, we have to add all the debts that Greece has, because all debts that Greece has has to do with the beliefs that we give to other people that we are going to support and pay back through services and products that we have to make. In Greece, we don't have these great rhymes of development, and European enterprises had decreasing its rates the last years. And so Greek ones and Greek enterprises has to take under consideration and calculate at the same time all the energetic and environmental causes they face. And they have to measure the cost. And all factories have to respect the environment, and of course has to make the plans up to 2050 at least. If we do that in the future, we won't have to use gas or any other petrol, but we are find new renovational sources of energy. That is the only solution. And this change has to do with two problems. the opportunity to shortcut these energetic and renewable sources of energy, and of course the belief of the society. The production of the electricity of these new resources, with the help of the technology, gives to the society the opportunity to establish these new renewable sources of energy. And of course, the smart cities or the energetic buildings and the smart environmental friendly structures are really welcome to our country. But at the same time, our country will think about this transformation to up to 2050. That is the deadline that the European Commission has made. And we have to think about the shape of the enterprises that are coming in Greece, that are existing in Greece. The small enterprises can't support this debt, either it is public or it is private. So enterprises and the enterprises and the government, in order to be members of this energetic transformation, has to take all the necessary rules in order to be adequate and have the right, in order to have a financial support and a financial rate that can be stood up adequately. So we have to make the balance with the plan that we have to the areas and think about them at the same time, because the development of structures and the existence of enterprises demands a great costs, and of course the costs of productivity are really high for our country. And if we add the taxes and the bureaucracy, we talk about costs that our enterprise can't afford. So we had opportunity in order not to have all these costs to enterprises, but they have remained in our financial purposes. As for the funding programs, in order to develop the new energetic sources, they are really necessary in order to face all these costs that we mentioned before. Of course, the Greek property should be established and should be remain in Greek people. Mr. Minister, answer or Mother, that you are here. I think that the succeed of all governments, not only the government that is now, is to take under consideration all the productivity scene and the enterprises that has to do with the country. What we have given to other enterprises that were small, I believe that the ideal place in order to cooperate, to develop sub-cooperation, is the organizing teams that we have to create. Maybe the industrial park, based on the experience that we have till today, is the area where we can, all these actions can be developed, can become true, of course, after overcoming all the obstacles and the drawbacks that we might, even in law, we might face at the same time. But I think that the Ministry of Development and Investment will help to that in order to make these changes that are really needed and are really vital for the enterprises in our country. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today to this workshop. and I hope that is a great help for the next day. Mr. Zaimis thanks Mr. Madas, and he's talking about the great and vital role that he has, Mr. Madas, as a president of the Association of Business of Industrial Areas throughout the country. He insists, he knows that this is a great problem as for the rules on how this industry are using, and he's hoping that all this will be overcome because we have to take a path in order to place these factories and industries with our own forces, so as the regions become a decoration part of a region. All we have to do with safety, technology, and environmental friendly in order to attract investments from Greece or even from Europe, or from all over the world, and of course have more job places in order to reduce unemployment. And I know that there is a cooperation between enterprises in a region, but of course this cooperation will be extended to other regions all over the country, so as not to face these problems in order to these problems that we have faced many decades ago. Now the floor is to the next speaker, Mr. George Xirogiannis, that is the Deputy General Manager in Hellenic Federation of Enterprises. I can see, Mr. Xirogiannis, in your CV that you have a great experience in artificial intelligence in the University of Witwatersrand in Edinburgh. You have worked in telecommunication in the private sector, and of course you have written a lot of books about management, and of course you represent the enterprises throughout the European countries. In 7 European countries, you are in the Confederation for other Hellenic and national industries. So you have a great experience and knowledge on that the theme that we're discussing today. Mr. Xirogiannis thanks Mr. Zaimis for the invitation and the great words. Good afternoon to everybody. I would like to focus on the next day, to the theme, to the next day of the industrial cooperation. We believe that we need a transformation in order to succeed a 50% up of gross domestic product. That means 550,000 new job places. That would be our smart factory that we have discussed many years ago, and that is a goal that we set. For us, the balance and the grade of the industry problem in the digital transition, there would be great disadvantages. We have an orientation in 2 orientations. We have a great disadvantage as a country. We are in a low level, and for us, this drawback is an opportunity to develop in order not to face this problem again. What are the benefits of the smart factory? Today, only 3% of factories is using smart factoring digital transition. And one of presidents of the factories, they don't believe that this digital transition is not mature. So the artificial intelligence in factories is really difficult to be practiced. We have some examples in factories, and they observe more profits, maybe as for example 12% in their profits, or the 7% increase in their products and the export. And we have to speak about the supplying chain, and that the only 20% of first products are available, and the 60% doesn't have the observation of cars. And the benefits, we can talk about the benefits now. The first one is the 20% availability of the first product, and mining the 25% the cost of energy. So how this transformation will cost? And the answer is really simple. Doesn't cost much more than an investment in a traditional technology. We can say that Germany or Spain, that has a great industry and an industry for this, they are not in an economy form that is extraordinary. Even in countries where the local industry faces a lot of problems, like Portugal or Italian, the investments are really limited. What is changed is the way and the technology that these investments are using. So, the productivity in countries like Spain, for example, what do they have? They focus on investment in innovative technological means and devices. And that is a problem in Greece. Even if we are in the 17th place of the investment of renovation program in Greece, but they are investing products from a traditional technology, not innovation or artificial intelligence. Of course, we have to observe the environment that these investments are made, because we don't have the insurance in order to support the next generation of all this application. If we want to take this, the Portugal's maturity of these investments, we may have a development of 7.5 to the gross domestic product. That's great for us. The incorporation of technology, of artificial intelligence in Greece, it's a challenge for us, because the investment, transportation and the innovation in European Union have helped and give the opportunity for new investments in Greece. But what we have to set as a goal is to transform all this in artificial intelligence, transfer it and make a release to the financial industry, according to the European Union innovation. All these proposals has to do with the innovation that become the main project and the main field in many universities in Greece. Of course, at the same time, we have to focus on the economy and the knowledge that the industry has to innovation. We can't talk about traditional industrial technology, but don't follow the program of France, but follow some Scandinavian countries' programs, who they have to, and they all the time renovate and transmit themselves from suppliers to products, and they make some procedures to other countries. So the benefits there, even for investments of not high level, medium investments, are really benefits to Greek. And today we have 4 billion of euro to capital, and our goal is to go to 10 million euro to capital, so as to have some technologies that industry will easily use these technologies. I am starting my example with 3 examples of innovation and cooperation. The first one has to do in the University of Patras and face a doctorate in industry program. Patras IQ, and we are starting by submitting some challenges. The second one is we make a network for enterprises that are really small, and we have 25 new businesses, and we make them and transform them in members to enterprising industry. And in the conference of Novatic Greeks, we had a try. We made a try in order to attract new investments and entrepreneurs from all over the world, and we had a great success there. Today we have digital skills. We had a great level in this knowledge, but we don't have this these skills in the manpower. As you can see in the diagram and in the screen, you can see that what we can do in order to face that. We have to emphasize on artificial intelligence and education on that, and reform all the programs that has to do with the continuing education to manpower. Lastly, I would like to mention the enterprises that are small, medium and small. Greek has the double rate of enterprises that are small, coordinating with the European enterprises. And these enterprises have productivity out of this in Europe. And why is this important? Because the competitiveness is not in our in our country, but the competitiveness is out of here in other European cities. And here our proposals are really simple. We have to cooperate and unit small enterprises in order to have much bigger enterprises. The second is to transmit the model of productivity in order not to address to clients, but the opportunities are to B2B connection. That means looking for clients from other industries, so have and become members of the chain of suppliers throughout the world. Now, briefly, I would like to talk about the challenges that we can face on this transmission to the new way of enterprising. We have to eliminate the waste that the European Union had made us. We have to eliminate the energetic waste that we have through releasing the energetic factories. And I would like to mention, because this green transformation doesn't have to do with the cost, but has to do with the competitiveness, because the Greek industry become more competitive in the worldwidely, and it's a challenge that we can understand how important the main transportation is really important. Mr. Zaimis, I would like to say thank you for the time and Thank you, Mr. Xirogiannis, not only for his support, and of course the speech that was global and great, focused on all the industry that has a problem. I would like to say that we had a great cooperation with the federation, the enterprises industry that you represent. We don't want to focus only to the themes of region faces. The next speaker is a person from here, is Mr. Kalogeras. It is a research director in the Research Center Athena. It is a person that is really close to us and has a doctorate in the electrical and computer engineering from the University of Patras, has a great research process, more than 25 years, and he had taken part in many conferences. And of course, we are really glad to have a cooperation with you for all we has to do with the digitalization and of course many other programs. Mr. Kalogeras thanks Mr. Zaimis for being here in this workshop today, and of course for his good words today. And he believes that the region of Greece is a region who make a great try in order to have a progress and a process in order to become an industry form industry. I have a presentation here. Just give me a second to see if I can share with you. Okay, we have the opportunity to share your screen. Till then, you can say some things. I will speak about our institute, about the research center that has to do the research that we are doing, and it's called Athena. And it's worth mentioning, has two parts. And we are cooperating with some other universities. It is my pleasure that I heard Mr. Chrysoulouris here today, and who is one of the main founders of this institute. So I can start with my presentation, as you can see it on the screen. The first is a presentation of our institute. Our mission is to combine the research and the development of core technologies to enhance the technological innovation ecosystem and increase the competitiveness of Greek industry and enterprises. The research areas are the intelligence system, the robotics, the real-time system, manufacturing system, enterprise interoperability, enterprise information system, and many others. One of the main subjects that has to do with the core of the Industry 4 are the cyber-physical system that has to do with the physical and engineering system, whose operations are monitored, controlled, coordinated and integrated by a computer and communicating core. That system are based in some other fields as physics, biology, engineer, and informatics science. They permit to cooperate the devices with humans. Some of the challenges that we face is the system modeling and design, the system control, the intelligence, the quality, the autonomy, and of course there are some human social factors that have to be reinforced, as for example the education, as the previous speakers once mentioned correctly, and now we have the rebrain of the region, Western Eastern region of Greece, have focused and planned in order to reinforce and go to a new productivity model. One class, if we can say that, is the Industrial Internet of Things. There's a great opportunity for economy like Greek one, and economies that with small investments to find their route to the commerce and the great market. And I would like to tell you that the digital transformation has a great rate of 7.3% worldwide, and has to do with sensors of artificial intelligence or other embedded system that has to do smart devices and give the information in the operation technology that are in enterprise in many other fields, and they are connected with the digital transformation, the big data, and of course the artificial intelligence. So the total of these fields has a reality in many other fields, not only in enterprises. Of course, there are the smart factories, the warehouses, the monitoring of loads or goods and transport. We have to do about logistics, but at the same time we have other devices like, for example, the infrastructure, the energy, the environmental solution, or maybe some smart city application, and of course the smart agriculture. And now we have the idea of the digital twin. What is that? Is the integrated virtual representation of a system using most adequate physical models to monitor its corresponding physical twin that permits a physical object or system throughout the life cycle. Its characteristic of this digital twin is the virtual system that we have some static design documents and processes, or some dynamic data and simulation, and of course they have to do with the life cycle and the total life cycle consideration, from the planning up to the end of its life, or the recycling in the cycle economy model, and of course the totalization of these two directions in order to exchange the data. And as a result, we permit functions like, for example, simulation or optimization, the management of the assets, or predictive maintenance that we have, and how the total life cycle approach this product design. So we have this cyber physical system on its own, has an information that can be exchanged between this physical and digital twin. Now you can see a case of architecture that we have developed in the laboratory. Now you can see the incorporation of the virtual and the real part that are connected together, that is based on some prototypes. And this environmental demonstration has to do with the physical industrial environment that has 2 workstations and 1 production line, 2 independent workstations, a robotic arm from product transfer, and automated system for vertical product storage and moving belts. And we proceed with the demonstration of the use case workstation. You can see some examples, a robotic arm, for example, a shortage system, as you can see. Here we have the control, how we observe and monitor, and the whole development of this system is something like that. And here you can see a video, if we can see it. I don't know if we can start it, where we can see the structure and the function of this structure, and how the products are coming from the storage. We can go on, and you can see how this structure is working. In order to create the digital 3D model, it is a procedure that we have to follow. This is the creation of the model, and then we create the animation, and of course we go to the emulation of the operational characteristics. So the first step is that we have to design 3D models in the industrial environment, and we have used the AutoCAD Inventor and FreeCAD using some libraries from Fisher Technique, and we create some models, initial models. Here we can see some images from these digital models, and then we made some processors in order to clean the meshes, to reduce their size, and in order to make them better. What we are doing, we're doing it with the 3ds Max program, and then we emulate in an environment of simulation. We can see it here in the digital twin. You can see that. Here we have a second video on how this digital twin functions, where you can see the same line of production. And yes, previously we saw the prototype, and here we have the simulation, a digital simulation of the function. And then it's the video that I don't think that we have the time in order to present it. And here we have some a shot of the video and how the simulating environment or the real environment are functioning together. They are exchanging information, and they are permitting the simulation of the process. This job was made through the i3TAF project, and the digital twin gives us the opportunity to make a better industrial system or many other devices that can be used in the industry. Of course, the digital twin can be used in programs, as for example, smart cities programs. And we are talking about digital twins in a city level, where all the structure are simulating in one. So it's really useful. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to present it. Mr. Zaimis thanks Mr. Kalogeras, and it is proud, we are proud that this institute is in Patras, and I would like to say that in every place that is open in the industrial place, based on researchers, if we lose a traditional place of job, 3 new technological places of job are open in the industry of technology. A second thing that I would like to mention is that the Western Greece has started as a founding and making a research of a new research laboratory in the area that will cooperate and combine with other existing here. That would be an institute that has to do with the agriculture food, because we have to see how this field, the agriculture, has to combine with the technology, and we know how important the agriculture is really important nowadays, and how useful it is in order to use technologies like Industry 4 proposes. So I will give the speech to Mr. Antonios Bartzokas. We are really happy that Mr. Bartzokas is here today. I don't know if he's here or he's abroad. He's a professor in practice, London School of Economics and Political Science. And of course, he's a professor in the Department of Economics in the University of Athens. He was vice minister. He is a president. He was a vice president of the European Bank, and he's a president in the Association of Control and the team of European Invests and Capitals. Mr. Bartzokas, before you start, I can set you a question. How these enterprises in Greece we have faced, and we were up to overcome the financial crisis through the previous year, and now we can face another crisis. How do you think the investment would help? Mr. Bartzokas thanks Mr. Zaimis, and we're going to ask your question because I have the answer in my presentation. I can share my screen and we can start. The presentation will be in Greek. What I have planned to speak about today is about Greek industry and the coincidences and the drawbacks that we face after the pandemic. The global term internationally is that as an answer to the pandemic, we have a program that we have to reinforce the economical funds of some countries, much more developing countries and much less to the developed ones, that has to do with the balance sheet that that many banks or enterprises have. As for example, we have decreased investments, but we need capital the need of new capitals and the pressure that we face for the debts, especially in enterprising. The general idea is how we review the growth by industry segment. As you can see, we don't have a balance. We have some winners and losers. China has not to face many problems, or USA didn't have any economical problems, but European economy has faced a lot of problems. What happens in Greece? It is estimated that the liquidity gap per sector are really important. We can see how we foresee in 2001 the sales. The main fields that has to face problems, the liquidity has to do with the food services and of course the tourism factor. It is really important of these programs that government have took in order to support these fields. But the second we have to see and take under consideration is the Greek corporates that would have to have in vulnerabilities and of course the loan default risk. It is a difficult situation that has many problems, and is a situation that is really great in Greece than in other European countries. If all this comes true, it is really important to see how to find and how to share all these fundings. A good plan is to find out who is the labor productivity of Greek enterprises. Here you can see how they are separated, this labor productivity of these Greek fields concerning to other European industry. What I have mentioned here is that other European fields and enterprises and industries are really close to our productivity, to Greek productivity. But the main problem is to familiar and really family enterprises that are small enterprises. And as a priority, we have to shed for the big enterprises to become global, and for the small and medium enterprises is the extroversion to other cooperation. We need this type of processes because the problem in Greece is the economic complexity. It's how deep we have a productivity and how we are able to export some things that has to do with the whole European countries to cooperate in order to face the problem. Of course, the informatics and the intelligence is really vital for us because the digitalization is important as well. Greek labor productivity that has adopted this digitalization are really close to the productivity of other European enterprises. But other enterprises who didn't have the informatics in their productivity had a great difference with the other European ones. Another problem is a problem that has to do with the measures in order to limitate the situation. Here I can show you some measures that we can take in the service trade, and all if we don't have the exports, many lot exports, and we have many more imports, the problem arises much more. if we have to think about the industry, and what is the industry believe is that there are a lot of investment obstacles, and this is a balance and a diagram from the General Bank, and these are the investments that are made in the industry. We don't have many changes nowadays because there is an insecure problems, there is a bureaucracy problem, and of course the banks can see a development, but they have a drawback to support, be secure about them. So we have to rethink about the plan and these bureaucracy plans and procedure in order to facilitate them and gain more investment. I would like to mention some crisis problems in macroeconomy and how the pandemic was a drawback in all this development. Greece has a great crisis, and funds was hit by pandemic in funding. For example, industry or other services hit a great disadvantage from the pandemic, and of course the gross domestic product is really decreased. In the contrary of what has happened in the previous crisis, the European Commission has some specific project in some programs. That doesn't mean that we are overcome this crisis so easily, because we don't have the recovery funds that we need in order to make the balance. Then I will give you a general image on how we can recover. The first has to do with the opportunities and the limitation that we have. Opportunities has to do with funds, and limitation has to do with how much funds we have and how the productivity will proceed. Of course, we have viability problems in enterprises at the same time. What is the main crisis focuses on is that we don't have some goals, specific goals. The first one is have to recover in the economy that we were some years ago. That means investment about 5% of the gross domestic product. A middle goal would be a productivity problems and quality problems, as I presented you earlier. And of course, a long-term goal would be how this productivity and the recovery economy would cooperate with environmental problems so as to become more friendly. So this challenge is how to make all this, the combination of the investments and how they can be set in the same field. Two observations that I have on how we can facilitate it. The first one is that we have to face the procedure through which the capitals are given. If this procedure would be based on the banks, so we are going to give the debts and all the capitals to enterprises that reassure the money. But it's not vital for other enterprises who can't support it. Of course, we have to think and take under consideration that we didn't have a great results on all the refunds that will came previous years, and of course all the programs that are coming and the financial support that is coming from Europe from the pandemic doesn't have to do with the investment in enterprises. So this means and creates another problem on what's to do with the expenses and the debts that already the Greek economy has to face. And of course, I would like to note here in the Industry 4 is what we know as regional procedures. They had some specific goals and specific orientation, and has to do with the regional development. The program of the pandemia support doesn't has to do with regional development, but has to do with general development. So I think I answered to your question about the banks and the pressure that they are going to put on enterprises, but at the same time, the banks has to take advantage from all these programs and the funds that are coming and are processing in Greece nowadays. But what is vital is that we have a processor in vital transforming the economic recovery. What the economic specialized are mentioned is that in any situation, if we don't have a cooperation, we won't have the result that we want. All fields should be cooperate in order to have a better financial support. Thanks for the invitation again. Mr. Zaimi says thanks, Mr. Bartzokas, and he mentioned that he says some things about the macroeconomy. I was impressed by the diagram which you show about the decrease of the products concerning to the other countries, and of course the money that we are hoping to come from Brussels, but that is a question how they will come, when they will come, what will be the project, what are the assurances that they need, and of course I don't know if you put the money that has to do with the debts. So we have great problem on the debt in the country and the expenses of the countries. But without it, the things would be worse. So I would like to mention that as a region of Western Greece, we had made a project, and we would like to make a fund and regional fundamental project that has to do with the enterprises, giving funds from European Commission. We have made the project. It's a kind of a term, and we have worked on other regions in Europe. But here it is something we have to explain it to the central government. There were great resistances from the banks as well. But I think would be a great step if it is come true, because great work from people who are specialized in economics and all these rules that are used today. If it is come true, it would be a great opportunity for our region to help the enterprises and the small enterprises that don't have the assurances in order to take a debt from the banks. And that's where we would be as supporters, and we want cooperation with you and help us to this orientation. Thank you so much for your presence today. And I would think that Mr. Bartzokas wants to say that what has come out from the universal biographies, what you have to do in this situation that we have a separation of the founding, as the decisions are not centralized, the result would be better, and you know that much more than I know. The economical, the financial logic in that purpose is that when we need a region to fund in new project, we are too close to new schedules, new plans, and we have better solution if we combine it with the criticize that we are listening to the Greek economy. We don't have mature investment plans. And that is explained because we have a middle field and tool that creates all these enterprises. And of course, the region has the separation in the region that can separate the funds. Mr. Zaimis mentioned that a region would like to take the advantage from the bank, the support, and of course all the bureaucracy that is needed. The next speaker is Mr. Stathis Economidis, that is the manager of Patras Athenian Brewery. It's one of the biggest industry we have a great cooperation with you. That is a message that you have to transfer to all this your enterprise, because we believe that the industrial area in Patras is a pole of attraction that would be developed further, not only in your field, but also in other products and other processors that might be flourish in Greece. Mr. Stathis Economidis thanks Mr. Zaimis for being here to this workshop. He's a representative of the Athenian Brewery, that is one of the greatest industries in Greece. Today I decided not to speak about technology or smart technology, because there are other great speakers that know many more than me, and they will focus on that. But I would like to mention some values that are throughout the years and can help the economy and the sustainability of the enterprise. I would like to share my screen.
Φαίνεται? Ναι, φαίνεται πολύ καλά. Ναι. Λοιπόν, ξεκινάω λοιπόν με...
I can start with...
Ωραία.
With the presentation of the Athenian Brewery. 55 years ago, there were some investors that were really objective in Athens and has a great sustainable development program, and every 10 years makes a new industry in Greece. So in 1963 it starts in Athens, and 1975 is in Salonika, and in 1985 was in Patras, and then comes with the factory of Waterioli. The Athenian Brewery with the Heineken, with a great industry, become investors of the Olympic Games in 2004. The Athenian Brewery was to make its production in beer and become a development program that has to do with the harvest of crops. And 2005 in Athens had a new place of presence that is in Athens, where we trust and make an example of all products that goes to the market. And then we're trying in Patras and make from Greek apples the Miletis product. And from tomorrow, the Athenian Brewery will transfer and transmit the the Bacardi company in Greece and in Cyprus. All these years, the enterprise is investing in development and in programs of sustainability. We have 2 breweries in Patras and in Athens, and we have 1 part of making water in Lamia. We have 45,000 tons of production of beer and many other production of Militis and of course water. We have 17 different codes of beers, 4 different parts of Militis and many other codes of products. These are our labels. Is Heineken, it is Amstel, it is Alpha, Fischer, Mamos, Zurbas, and we import some other products, special products from Heineken, as for example the beer Endiger, Esperantos, McFarland, Moretti, and Murphy. We produced the Strongbow and Milokleftis, and of course the water Ioli in Lamia. I would like to mention here that the 15% of our productivity is for the export that is developed the recent years throughout Europe and of course in Asia and in Africa. Some really important things that I would like to mention has to do with a project that made the University of Patra that has to do with our help in the economy of the country. That means with €1 that we invest in our country, we give an additional capital to the Greek economy. That means €620 million in Greek economy. That has to do with the 0.35% of the gross domestic product. Our suppliers are coming from 40 different fields of development. Of course, we have a great number of manpower in Greece. That is really important as well. Our program of the Athenian Brewery of the Sustainable Development Program, we called it We Produce a Better Future, that is based on 3 pylons: trust and confidence to people, trust and confidence to local social authorities, and of course respect the environment. In the first one, has to do with the confidence that we can mention already, has to do with the confidence that we have with our manpower, with our suppliers, and of course with our families. And you know that our products, all products has an alcohol, but we have to create and make some campaigns on that in order to make people more responsible on the alcohol consumption. We produce some innovative products without or with very little alcohol. This is Amstel free, Buckler Alpha without. As for the local societies, our purpose here is that we have to harvest the crops in 19 regions in Greece, and we cooperate with 200 suppliers, and we are really proud that our products are coming from Greek products. And in 2017 we had made some exports in Venice in other countries, and we have 17,000 tons in 2021 from Patras. We cooperate with the University of Athens, with the Planting University of Athens, and we can take their counsels from the production to the corporation of the products. And we have some counselors in Thessalia, and of course with some producers and farmers in there. Lastly, we have Greek apples in order to produce the Miletis, and all suppliers are Greek enterprises. The third pillar of the development is the environment protection. Our strategy for a sustainable development, we have two actions that we can follow. We reduce our production, our consumption at 20% from 2010, and at the same time we cooperate with laboratories or universities or other organizations, and we want to find some programs for the cycle economy. We are taking part in the program that has to do with the cycle economy, and with the Metsovio University and the Jensen organization, in order to reuse the clean water that comes from the system. Mr. Zaimis is talking about a problem that we had with the connection. Mr. Zaimis has mentioned that there is a problem with the connection of the Mr. Economidis. So we are, you know that when we are live streaming, we have this kind of problem. So we are going to the next speaker, who is Mr. Gizelis.
Χάσαμε 2-3 λεπτά την ομιλία σας. Ωραία, να πω λοιπόν, να πάω λίγο παραπάνω.
Mr. Economidis is talking about the environmental program that they are following, has to do with the environmental water respect, and with the Agenso Association and the Metsovio University to reuse the clear water that coming from the wasting water of the system. And recently we had a great innovation that has to do with the sustainable development of products. We have a cooperation with a team scientific people that has to do, that are based on Thessalia, and we want to face the lack of water. We are using products that are using for feeding the animals, and we have set a goal and have no waste in the next years. Of course, we provide our clients to green fridges, and we are studying about renewable resources of energies with the cooperation of some universities that we are going to help us much more.
Με ακούτε? Ναι, σας ακούμε. Σας ακούμε. Συνοψίζοντας.
Briefly, having an experience of 55 years and have a process in 40 fields, different fields, and of course the giving of 620 million euros in the gross domestic products, gives you the economic supporting to Greek financial plan, and we are providing some good programs for the society, the government, and of course the industry in general. And I would like to mention the technology, because we don't have some great technological fields in our area. The field of the connection, highest internet connection in the area, it's really important. I don't know what happened with the area there. I think the Cosmote is doing. The optical fiber is really important. And I know how important this and vital is for our industry, but I would like to thank you for your presentation, and you prove that your enterprise of the Athenian Brewery is an enterprise that gives a great capital to the country, except from the manpower and the job opportunities that offers to other humans and people, and the suppliers, of course. You have proven with a specific means how you help and support the financial background of the country. So I can say that we are going to support you. At the same time, I know that you know that we don't have the opportunity to come to your problem and understand or maybe listen, but maybe we can invest in some infrastructure programs, and that's why we made the fracture of the road that is connecting the factory with the port. And of course we are talking about the transportation problem or many other problems that humans have. I know that the water problem, you found the solution and you don't have any other problems on that. Maybe the gas, the pipeline, that is a great project as well that will help you. And anyway, I am here to discuss with you any other problems that you have. I would like to present the next speaker, that is Mr. Evangelos Gizelis. He's the founder and CEO of the enterprise Gizelis Robotics SA. That is an innovating enterprise that is going to speak about how Gizelis Robotics participate in the extroversion of the Greek industry. Mr. Gizelis won't make, thanks for the invitation, he won't make a PowerPoint presentation, but he's going to talk about the history of the company. The Gizelis SA produces robotics. I'm the second generation, and we have achieved to export some devices in 55 countries all over the world. And at the same time, through a second enterprise that I have founded 5 years ago, the Gizelis Robotics, that is a robotic integrator who has to do with the automation of the devices, using these devices in the enterprise, and exported 8 countries in Europe. So we have in a level that, and specific tomorrow, Gizelis SA would have give an automatic robot in Hamburg. And Gizelis Robotics will give to another device in Vienna. But how we come to this level from an enterprise of products and that has devices and gives them the opportunity to export the devices in countries all over Europe? And as you understand, these products are not food. They are not coming from food production. You can understand that when you produce a product made in Greece, it's not easily acceptable and is not intervalued. But when you label it made in Greece, it reduces value. And how we can achieve to come to this level. In 2000, I made a cooperation with a German factory that produced devices similar to ours. So these devices, their devices and our devices, had almost the same clientele. And we took the opportunity to sell these devices in Greece. The other, through 2 or 3 years, the Vossor-German cooperation, we were the first marketplace and the first enterprise who sell here in Greece. So their devices were sold in other countries all over Europe, but in Greece, they didn't even have the opportunity to sell. And then the CEO of this German factory communicated with me and asked me how I could sell all these products. What I mentioned them was that his devices were close to my devices and the products that I made, and it was a great risk in order to sell the packets in the client. I sell with his devices, my devices. Then he agreed that I would send him some devices in order to put them with his devices in order to find clients and offer them a total packet of devices that would be really helpful. So, in 2004, we set the cooperation of producing some devices here. We sent them to the German, and the German enterprise sell them as a packet to its clients. As you can understand, at the beginning, it was really difficult because the made in Greece product wasn't so good as the German one. So there was a great gap in the quality that we have to face, and in the small time, in order to disappear this gap in quality. So as a German client, couldn't understand the distinguish and the difference between the quality between the German device and the Greek devices. With a great effort, we should train in finding all these bad gaps that we had till today, because we didn't know the differences and we didn't understand the differences and understand what is the German quality and what is the Greek quality, and what does it mean to give a German device. So we tried a lot with many difficulties, and finally we succeed. And we succeed in a great level that the German ambassador in 2009, he came as an investor in Greece, and he took the 20% of our enterprise, so as our cooperation would be bonded and not just second-hand cooperation, but to be in a solid cooperation that will create in all representatives all over the world the confidence feeling. In that way, we succeed and took all the clients and representatives of posters all over the world to become our representatives and sellers, so as to sell our products all over the world. And that we did it alone, without giving the opportunity to have the ambassador between us. We succeed in send products and devices in New Zealand, Greenland, Ireland, and recently, in the last 2 years, we have a network in America where we find it is the second country of export that they are good clients. And of course, we have a global device that sells all over the world. And as we are in a level of a good quality, and now we have the purpose that what we produce is not enough to be just good. We want to be the better, the best. If you want to succeed in quality and use the best products in order to produce something, at the same time, you can become more expensive. And when you are more expensive and you have a global market to face, you have to be the best in quality. And I'm really proud to say that all products, all devices that we produce here in our enterprise is a high-end product, and there is no client and doesn't any client make a coordination and try to find the difference between our product or the Chinese product, or make a combination with the products that are made in India or in any other country with low level of quality. Of course, the German enterprise becomes a robotic integrator that last year was voted as one of the 5 enterprises all over the world. One Greek enterprise in robotics was one out of 600 best enterprises in robotics. And what I want to say is that our products has a global market field and a range of people and market that are really demanding and would be the best in product. We have a great manpower forces, new people, young people, and we have many specialized engineers that came from abroad. And they came back here, they were Greek, and came back here in order to support, because they see that we can offer them what they want to have. And of course, in that way, we have succeeded in either there is a crisis in Greece or not. We have succeeded in have a difference and the spread all around the abroad. And we are really sustainable enterprise, no matter what the circumstances are in the global market. Another thing that I would like to mention is, as Ms. Diamantopoulou said, a great problem in Greece is that enterprises are too small. That means many enterprises can't have an indoor R&D in order to develop their products. So it is a fact that we should understand the research laboratories and the universities should come to the private sector and the enterprises. All this research can't be just a research to go to the bookcase. This research should be set in practice. And all these enterprises that won't have the R&D support, the university and the laboratories become the R&D for them. I would like to thank you. And through our example, I believe that you understand that how a Greek company that makes technology would be a global enterprise. Mr. Zaimis thanks Mr. Gizelis. He thinks that he's right because he succeeded in make the extroversion a good part of practice. You have proved that you can take the gold medal in many other enterprises, and I know the competitiveness that you've faced, and I wish you to continue on what you are doing, because there's no end on what you are doing. And of course, I think that the funding and the economical funding would be great for you in order to develop, because when you develop really fast, you should be really careful. Mr. Gizelis would like to add something, the last thing, that is the motto of Gizelis. Our capital is not the buildings, they are not the devices that we are using, or not the assets. Our capital is our people, and where we invest, because the team is who give us the process and development. Mr. Zaimis agrees that the human is really important, and how important Mr. Gizelis to focus on that. The next speaker is Mr. Kimon Daniilidis, that is General Manager in the Hellenic Research Center of Metals, and he's going to speak about the role of research and development in extroversion. And it is what Mr. Gizelis mentioned, how we can make the bridges between the innovation and the research, and how this development would be set in practice in Greek enterprises. Mr. Daniilidis, you can start talking. Good afternoon. Thanks for the invitations today to this workshop today, for your organization today. I would like to firstly talk about the Alcheme. It is the Center of Research and Development and Innovation of the enterprises of Viohalco. In a few words, for you who don't know, the Viohalco is the greater enterprise in metal industry, and has 7 fields of practices, investing fields, and covers 21 different markets, but addresses and has clients from more than 100 countries all over the world. Its history is more than 80 years, and it keeps developing nowadays. One of the most important part of enterprise is the ELVAL, has to do with the center of the metal, and it's another that has to do with the copper industry. Of course, is the Greek candles, the Fungur, Soloria in Corinthos. All of these enterprises and companies produce products that are exported in great amounts. And when we are talking about export, you understand that is not connected with the extroversion of these companies. The important thing here is to connect this extroversion with the research, the development, and the innovation. And I would say that these two meanings are connecting together because they are depending one another. Research, development, and innovation gives an extroversion, and at the same time, the extroversion make all the circumstances for the research and the development at the same time. The extroversion is what focuses and sets as the beginning of the research and the development, because without the research and the development and the innovation, either is not once become true, or it can't be sustainable, because in the meantime, when you produce something in a really competitive environment and market, you couldn't go on if you don't have an investment in research and development. In that way, we answer to all challenges that market face, and in order to have a competitiveness part in throughout the world. Of course, the research and the development are the base of the sustainability and the innovation, because through them we produce the knowledge, we produce the practices, and the innovation is supporting the competitiveness, as we already mentioned. The Alchemy as well has a vital role of this purpose. It is cooperating really closely with the departments of R&D and technology of the companies, of all the companies and many other companies that are existing as well, in order to develop new and better processors, taken under consideration, as already some speakers already mentioned, all the demands of the environmental friendly products, recycling, respect the environment, smarting. And our goal is, through this research and innovation, to produce products with great value. In that way, we want to satisfy our clients. We are a B2B enterprise, and we want all clients satisfied. So, in that way, in order to succeed all these things that I mentioned, we give a great importance to the relations that we have with the clients, and we listen to their problems and their needs, and this close cooperation for the development of our products is really vital. It is really beneficial for our enterprise. And what we do, we follow the model of attraction and demand. And we talk and we understand what the market is need. We go on to the research and the development, and of course, the production of the products that goes to the clients. It is really vital and important, as you understand, but it's not so easy as you can hear. What I mean is the client, that if you want to be observed and listened from the client, you have to persuade him in order to try. It's a controversial relation. We are making products for the metal, for the air transferring, and we have great metal fields. The research and the material development are really connected, controversial through the systematic research development, and of course the education of human skills in order to succeed, make them better, in order to develop skills that are demanding in the modern societies and that many enterprises are facing because they don't have the human skills that they are needed. As for the digital transmission, we are members of an innovation of manufacturing in Greece with Demokritos and some other enterprises, because we believe that it's something that Greece has to be there and be really close to what would be the the future demand of the enterprises. Obviously, the digitalization will play a vital role to the productivity as to what has to do with the cost and product processes. And now I'm going to say what Mr. Chrysoulouris already mentioned, and we have analyzed it together. We have taken under consideration, because we believe we had to do that in order to keep and guard the enterprise as it be. We had 5 years ago Mr. Chrysoulouris in a discussion to all our staff in order to explain us the industry purpose and what that it means. In order to go back to the role of the research and development and innovation role for our enterprises strategy. And this a strategy in order to develop stage by stage. And we want to cooperate with new fields of specialization. And of course, the technology knowledge doesn't mean that we have an innovation. That what I mean, we create the condition under the innovation that all our manpower have to follow in order to face all the crises faced from the knowledge and the skills. And we keep on proceeding and making better the condition of creativity, at the same time giving them the opportunity to become better. As a result, the research, the development, and the innovation, in order to have the best results, besides all the skills benefits, have to function in a reality and function in the ecosystem, really useful, and be connected with the universities and the all institutes, educational institutes. As it is already mentioned till today and in other conferences, it is really important, the research, and of course the country, the research that is made in universities has to be planned in great level for the needs of the industry. That would be very useful and vital for the process in the future. As for the future and, of course, the industry as well. In this frame, we have started many years ago, and we had a function with a cooperation with the Hellenic Metsovio University. Besides the practices or maybe other trainings that are coming from students, we invest on doctorate that has to do with the fields that our enterprises are focused on. And we believe that it's really useful for the purposes of succeeding in taking this knowledge in order to become better. And of course, at the same time, we give the opportunity to new people, to young people, and I believe that there are great talents in this country. We give them the opportunity to find and to work next to us in order to help and brain drain of our country and enterprises. Unfortunately, the connection between university and educational institute and enterprises, it is really real, but we have to reinforce these ties, and we need this kind of strategies that the government would take in order to this orientation. I don't want to say more things about that, but I think I would like to add that we are really glad for being here, Mr. Zaimis. I don't know how this came out, but it was the first time that all speakers talk about the heavy industry of that is really important. I also believe that tourism is undeniable, the factor that supporting the Greek economy, but at the same time, I think that the heavy industry would be really important and vital to Greece. Finally, in order to speak for the extroversion that I believe, it is not an orientation or a destination for an enterprise, but it is the final destination and visited every day. Research and development is the mean in order to go there. Thank you so much. Mr. Zaimis thanks Mr. Danielidis. He believes that he has a vital role in the Institute of Metal, where he is a manager. And I didn't mention the reinforcement that you have a great aeronautic that you had in the Massachusetts University. And also of this knowledge, you know how important the development is really important. I would like to mention that in the project that we are doing in the research of making, I believe that your help would be really important because we want to differentiate. If we want to do another research close to the industry in many fields of industry, as for example the agricultural food, I want to come to a contact with you and your counselor that is making this study, how this practically the research laboratories would succeed in that. Through using the innovation strategies, and you know that the framework, the law framework is really strict, but we want that we have the opportunity and the funds and have a better connection with the region and not only with the public relation and enterprise. Mr. Danielidis is really glad and he was happy to help on this study. The next speaker is coming also from another industry, really great, is the cement company Titan. This is Mr. Othon Manis. He is general manager in digitalization and data management director. He is also president in other association. He's a member of the public record of trainees and a member of Institute of Local Authorities. Mr. Manis, thanks for your presence. Good afternoon. Thanks for the invitation to this workshop. That my presentation would be focused on digitalization of manufacturing and especially in the field of cement, talking about the digitalization of manufacturing in cement. I would present our procedure as what have to do all the production and this field in the Industry 4. I will share my screen that are really important and helpful in order to present what I have already planned. I'm starting with this speech with the what does the Industry 4 mean. concerning to all the other industries, revolution has to do till today. In our industry, in the cement industry, based on all the programs that we have made all these years and what we have in plan that we're going to mention briefly afterwards. The fields that we have to do is the field of big data. At the productivity field, the big data, I'm going to explain what is going on. Of course, we have the other field that has to do with the artificial intelligence and the algorithms that are predictive for our industry. And of course, the interaction between human and machine and how we can touch and come close this technology, how can explain the interaction. And lastly, how this digital conversion is translated in 3D printing conversion. The fourth program of this digitalization, when we started it, we would like to see how this technology would be certain for the cement industry. As I mentioned, we are trying to translate in some actions, some example of technologies, processors. For example, in one line cement line, we are talking about more than 2,000 sensors sending real-time data to a cloud. So you understand that except from the amount that they are really big, you can understand that the real time are really important. We collect all this information from each sensor. We don't take a general result, a general total that says the energy consumption and I don't know, whatever. But we take each sensor, give us real-time data in order to understand what the data are mentioned about the sensors. The artificial intelligence take all these real-time data and with using an algorithm gives the results of how we can the procedures will be better and how we can change them. We are talking about advanced analytic tools that give us great value on the field of predictive maintenance and how we can take some really important decisions. The Internet of Things that is mentioned today, commonly today, that means that we are taking results and automated replacement in, for example, where you have the sensors in centers. In sensors, you don't have any human there, but you can take results on that. Of course, in the virtual augmented reality, it is really helpful today because it is remotely guided and in order to maintain some fields have to do with troubleshooting or maybe sensitivity, the productivity remotely from a smart system of observation or other system that can balance the situation and the productivity in order to proceed in other solutions. And of course, solutions that are based on other things. Lastly, what has to do with the digital 3D printing means that when you want a product that has to do with a part, I had, for example, this part of the Korea, and if you find the things that the producer, the supplier, all the information needed, you can find the device much more easily. So as you can understand, the digital transformation is really important. As for example, the sentiment and the Titan corporation is based on the digital transformation a lot. And this competitiveness has to do with all the value changing model, from the manufacturing to the interacting with the client. And we want to have a digital transformation to all the indoor facilities and services that we are providing. So in order to have our manpower in order to develop some things and not to have a manufacturing and manipulating services to offer. That would be really beneficial, much more beneficial, and give them the opportunity to be more creative if they do things other than manipulating just the things. All these things would become true with really small investments. We don't have to change our cars, our factories, or our buildings. We don't speak about great investments. The digital transformation really needs really limited funds, and if you start with some change in the way of functioning, it would be much better. Talking about Titan, we were the first and the pioneers in the cement field. 4 years ago, we started this digitalization production, and we based on a basis that was really traditional. At the beginning, we based on some rules. We started with 2 pilot experiments in fields. Then we changed the operational field in order to adapt to the new processes. The second vital decision was that we didn't give a lot in investment on that digitalization. We made some investment, some kind of investment in that, and then we focus on learning how to infiltrate and how to proceed and where to invest otherwise in the second part. I would like to say some examples of our pilot programs. As you can see, has to do with the countries that we are focused. We have the real-time optimized data processors. They were automated pilots that has to do with the productivity automatically, and we have a 5 to 10% increase in the production capacity. We have the predictive maintenance that is really important value for the company. We talk about the customer app or the infrastructure construction, and we find the fields that we can proceed and develop our company. We can develop some part of your shortage or your energy wasting. All of these are based on the database. It is really important, this data, where it is built on. It is built on enterprising sensors that were existing and, of course, released through the years, that they keep the data in local level, and at the same time, they keep them in a cloud level, as we will see afterwards. And then our factories many years ago were isolated at all, but now we have all the data clouded in one part in order to have them more connected, as we can say. And as you know, the corporate and the industrial network is really different. As we go on to the presentation, I have already mentioned, as for the manufacturing, where we focused was the real-time optimizing. That means the tools that we use in order to have real-time data and have the control and of the manufacturing and the production that give us the opportunity to make many plans and focuses on the process. And of course, the predictive maintenance is really important in order to take important decisions that has to do with the costs and the investments. And of course, on focusing the last years in a pilot program is the part of advanced the quality of our products. All these things have to do with the data core base and depended on the sensor, the first information that we take, and with the algorithms that we take, we develop all this data in real time and correct data measurements. So we can see our factories in the future. And what is our vision? Our vision, we believe that we had a great base and we have a base and plan on the 4 year that upcoming. And the first one is to lower the cost to produce and, of course, to lower the cost to the services that we offer. Of course, we need the customer's experience and the best customer experience that is based on the digital platform and give us the competitive advantage to other manufacturers in the same field, because we believe that if we didn't pass through all these years, we can't find the solution. There is a path and a stage-to-stage procedure that we have to take it from the beginning. All these things that, as I already mentioned, is based on a platform, a data platform that has all the information needed from the suppliers, from the clients. It is a cloud database that is accessible to anybody. And this cloud is the solution of the shortage of all the information. It is a real-time data that comes to second per second, and it is a platform that we built, and it is integrated, connected throughout the factories. All this base has a network, it has a common report, and we built on that, and all this platform, as we call it, data platform, and take under consideration the cybersecurity problems, and we have the opportunity to have a remote access in order to understand and where it's needed. So now I would like to give you some enablers, the core enablers, and come as a conclusion, as an experience that I would like to share with you, that all these years, what we understand through the experiments is that is not efficient, and you can't have only people to data science. All the mixture and all the experience and people have to know really where your domain. They know the procedure, they know the functioning, they know the transportation, the clients, all the parameters that are demanding, and cooperate with the data scientists in order to make their algorithms and find this data base that is really needed. Of course, we need people that are data expertise, because they want how to collect, how to take all this information. And of course, we need the people that want how to change the procedures. They can take on from what the algorithm is said to something new, something more. Of course, I didn't want to mention many things. Of course, obviously, there are some other special skills on how to create the interface and the people that deal with the project and many other parts of this puzzle. but I think the most important is what I mentioned already. The other different innovation that we have in the digital innovation, as from the third industry, is the ecosystem of partners. Is the ecosystem differs because these partners know how to these algorithms, and they know they are some startups, enterprises. They have made some experiences, and they are looking for partners in order to practice or make them true. They might be universities, or they might be laboring enterprising, that they want to make through the theory, to take the theory and make it practice. They are counselors that were been in other enterprises or other factors, and they know how are the best prices and the best policies in order to follow on them. Of course, there are the constructors and that they know how to specialize and how to adequate in new challenges of the environment of the enterprising faces. So they give us the opportunities to be pioneers and make the digitalization system reality. All this system has the logic of test and practice on that. We don't have the point and the theory of our company. I would like to close this presentation with something important. And as you know, also the changing programs are coming through today. Don't all of them has to do with the productivity, but how to incorporate this algorithm and this data, not only in the production, but also to the clients. So all these other parameters has to do with humans, expertises in their domain, specializes in industry, informatics. It's all these people who made the data management. It's all these people who built the screen for the corporation and the cooperation and the monitoring through them. And of course, we're going to give it the opportunity to our clients to have the face-to-face cooperation. And of course, these are people that has to do with the changing of meaning, belief, and thoughts that our people has till today. So our future is obviously digital, and my thought is that would be really beneficial for all these enterprises. Mr. Zaimis thanks Mr. Manis. It was a great presentation, and I keep that what we keep is that if we want to make through the digitalization and all the sensors and all the devices and application that has to do with the productivity manufacturing, people and specialized people are really important in order to become true. Because I have shown in practice, because the manager of an enterprise and the factory has a great experience on something, but this experience doesn't have to do with a practice, a real practice, but with some other kinds of tips and tricks that is uses in order to find solution. We can understand the difficulties for the digitalization of a factory. Thank you, Mr. Manis. We are really proud that we have your factory in our region, and I wish you all my best. I know that you are doing a great project and study in environmental problems and how to the place that you place the cement. And we're going to close this first session with Mr. Vasilis Diakoulias, who is a consultant in KISS Greece, and are smart advisors your gateway to Industry 4? Mr. Diakoulias, you have to be brief, and without a counselor won't become true, nor the funding from the European field, neither from you. And generally, you are in the scene of supplements of this transportation of knowledge. Mr. Diakoulias would like from this part, for the counseling part, to see the new opportunities that we have, not only for the enterprises, but also for the regulator programs that are in Greece nowadays. Nowadays, all the digital technology are changing, and from the beginning, from the productivity, all the stages are changing. All the enterprises and companies that has to do with the consulting enterprises are helping to the enterprises in order to incorporate some strategies to their companies, from the profits, the quality of the product, the profits they have, and the capitals, of course. The consultants have a vital role in the enterprising, and of course the clients will have all the benefits. Now we have better flexibility, less cost at the same time. As consultants in many enterprises, we have an idea that has to be really focused in every part of start of productivity in order to understand and make true that is incorporated all the stages in the process. Our general goal is to help and build our clients all the factories for the future factories, as we said. That means that all factories would have the technology and the digitalization that they need in order to be established on their factories and have some important processors for the future. When we talk about technology, the technology will change the way people work and think, and they will make a new future that has nothing to do with what we know till today. And briefly, we have to talk about the technology of additional construction. Is the technology that has to do with real reality that is used in smartphones. This technology is the augmented reality, or AR. Has nothing to do with the TVR, the virtual reality. The next stage is the automatic robots that can work next to people, humans, and may cooperate with them. Then the big data and analytics as the next global challenge for all enterprises, and especially to how they face and has to do with the all big data value. Another thing is cloud technology, and now we can see that in recent years there is an augmentation in internet throughout the world, and the combination to the digital fashion and the technology gives the cloud data in order to be used in networking services. Then we are talking about the cyber assurance. There is a European law, a code that has to do with the cyber security. The Industry 4 gives a great balance to all the regulation that has to do with the communication, So all the information has to be really secured. Then we have to talk about the Internet of Things. That means whatever has to do a collaboration of things with software, sensors, applications that are connected with the network in order to exchange data. Except from the communication and the networking, this technology is facilitated in order to take some decision in real time. Another thing is what enterprises use for virtual reality. All the models are constrained. They facilitate the examples and the productivity, and they limitate the time of production. It is obvious that the benefits of the technology that all the scientific research offers us are some opportunities, common opportunities for the enterprises and, of course, in the field of consulting. With the cooperation with the consulting and the procedures they are using, and of course all this technology application would be the best solution for the procedure, and I think we are in a better position and we can take advantage of all these challenges. I was really briefly, Mr. Zaimis, I think, Mr. Zaimis thanks Mr. Dikeulias, and he wants to mention that the European Union wanted to give a great amount of money in Greece, but from the counseling part and the offices have to do a great job in order to support the regions and the public sectors and our private enterprises, because without your job, we won't have any demand of this fountaining. You know that we have a great problem with all this, how to use this money. But at the same time, we want to have all these rates in order to absorb this money much more better, in order not to have this consuming expensing or needs, but we have to focus to the core of the development, as has to do the manufacturing and the enterprising, as it is the agricultural food, and of course that is going to help the gross domestic product. And the role of all the consultants is really vital. So thank you very much for coming here today. And I would like to say that we finished with the first session of our invitation, and we have no time to go to the second session without a break, to the international interest. I would like to say that the technician and the interpreter that didn't stop interpreting, and go to the second session. With the first session, Mr. Konstantinos Georgoulias. Mr. Georgoulias is here with us. He's the Director of Regional Innovation Team and the United European Affairs and the ET Manufacturer. Mr. Georgoulias is here. We have a technical problem with Mr. Georgoulias.
I can hear you and see you very well. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. So I will start sharing. I prepared a few slides. I will introduce to you EIT Manufacturing. EIT Manufacturing is knowledge innovation community funded by the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, which is a body of the European Union. With a mandate to support European manufacturing in producing innovative and of high added value products, processes and services regarding manufacturing. But first, I think it is worthwhile to note about the importance of manufacturing and how, let's say, we can consider manufacturing as key for job creation and growth for the prosperity of Europe. Right now, we have 35 million jobs, or even more in some statistics regarding manufacturing. Around one-third of that, 13 million jobs, are in the so-called high-tech industry, which is very important because it provides a lot of EU value added. In general, we have 20% of EU value added coming from manufacturing. 2.1 million companies are coming from our manufacturing companies in Europe, and the large majority of them, around 2 million companies, are SMEs. This is also something important to know. While manufacturing accounts for about 80% of EU exports. However, we also need to tackle specific global challenges. We're talking about digitalization, we're talking about Industry 4.0. In the US, we're talking about the second machine age. In Japan, we're talking about Society 5.0. So in general, we see that we have a lot of modern technologies coming, and we need to make sure that this transition and the integration of these technologies to European manufacturing will indeed be realized in an efficient manner. Accordingly, it is clear that all this has to be done while also accomplishing objectives regarding sustainability. And all this has actually to be accomplished by, at the same time, increasing our competitiveness, maintaining our profitability, so that we maintain the European manufacturing as one of the leading actors, and actually the leading actor regarding manufacturing in general, and especially regarding innovation and manufacturing. Here we can see in some more details on three key areas, the three PPPs, as they to sport, people, planet, prosperity. Some specific challenges regarding these areas for manufacturing. About prosperity, we mentioned already some of them. About people, we see that there are a lot of skill gaps already. They can be identified. I think also several of the previous speakers talked about the skill gaps that can already be seen. There are also statistics saying that more than 50% of the global workforce, not only in manufacturing, will need to be reskilled and/or upskilled, as we can understand. Similarly, there is a big percentage of manufacturing workforce in Europe that will need to be upskilled and reskilled. Regarding planet, we talked, and again, it was also mentioned by some of the speakers before. We also mentioned about resource scarcity. This also comes often hand to hand with increase to the prices of raw materials. So this is also a challenge that we need to tackle. Plus greenhouse gases emissions, waste of resources, energy consumption, etc., and in general the environmental footprint coming from manufacturing. I think it is important here to note that regarding this footprint, we need to see the whole life cycle of the product, not only the manufacturing stage, but the whole life cycle of the product, from the design of the product, then going to manufacturing, and then going also to the usage of the product, and at the end, the very latest stages of the product life cycle. So in EIT manufacturing, our goal is to have the global manufacturing innovation led by Europe to support the European actors regarding manufacturing, innovators, individuals, innovators, companies, startups, big companies, small companies, SMEs, to be supported in order to come up to offer innovative, high-added value products, processes, and solutions for manufacturing. And how we achieve that? We are a European partnership. I will get to more details about the partnerships about our partnership in a while. Where we follow a holistic approach based on the EIT knowledge triangle. The EIT knowledge triangle talks about promoting the integration of the three sides of the knowledge triangle. The three sides, one side about research and innovation, the second side about education and training, and the third side about business creation, bringing all this together in order to support innovation. This is the holistic approach that is being followed by promoting the integration of the three sides of the knowledge triangle. So we focus on solutions of high-added value products to address manufacturing challenges. We have more than 60 full members and several other activity partners. And for our first period of 7 years, from 2020 to 2026, 2020 was the first full operational year for EIT manufacturing. We are being funded for this objective with the amount of 400 million euros from the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. Now, how we're going to accomplish our mandate? We have identified 5 strategic objectives that we will see on the left side, coming and marking specifically the challenges that we discussed before. First of all, regarding manufacturing skills and social sustainability. Social sustainability comes again hand in hand with employability. We're talking about manufacturing innovation ecosystems, bringing together the relevant stakeholders for manufacturing, for innovation and for manufacturing. Realizing globally competitive and resilient manufacturing that will be able to adapt to emerging demands, to unexpected changes, to crises like the COVID. And also doing that by having an environmentally sustainable manufacturing, and also manufacturing that is ready for the digital age and for the digital technologies that are already here and more are coming, artificial intelligence, 5G, industrial Internet of Things, etc. Now, operationally, in order to accomplish these strategic objectives, you can see to the right side the previously described actually 3 sides of the knowledge triangle: education and training, research and innovation, and business creation. So for education, we're deploying activities that connect, engage, and empower talents in the workforce. In innovation, we deploy activities, we support actors to launch new innovative products and solutions to the market, to develop even further their solutions, but also in case of already successful solutions, we offer them the support to grow even further their solutions. And in the case of business creation, I think it is self-explanatory. We support the creation of new businesses regarding manufacturing, accelerating existing businesses, especially here we're talking about scaling up of more or less young companies, but also to transform existing, more traditional, in some cases, companies, for example, through digital transformation to be able to be more and more competitive in the new era. Technically and thematically, we could say we have 4 flagships, as we call it. These are focus areas regarding our technical communications. The first one is about flexible production systems for competitive manufacturing, also very well strongly related with resilient manufacturing. Digital and collaborative solutions, very close to digitalization and to platforms, business-to-business platforms, etc. Low environmental footprint systems and circular economy. Here we're talking about virtualization, dematerialization, zero waste manufacturing, zero defect manufacturing, remanufacturing, and similar technical concepts, and human-machine collaboration for socially sustainable manufacturing. This is also very important for increasing jobs in the future and also maintaining that the jobs that are already there at the factories. In addition to the programs that I described before, we have the EIT Manufacturing Regional Innovation Scheme Program. This is an instrument, the EIT RIS is an instrument that was created by EIT in order to enhance the innovation capacity of the so-called EIT RIS countries. These are countries which are moderate and modest innovators according to the European Innovation Scoreboard. So this is a program that comes on top of the others, in addition to the others, in order to specifically help even more these countries. Greece is also one of these countries, so this is an additional opportunity for Greece, but the truth is that actually the majority of the EU countries, 17 of the EU member states, are moderate or modest innovators. So all this now comes together in this roadmap, starting from the main areas that we have, our strategic objectives, then the main instruments for the implementation of our activities, like the teaching and learning factories, like the guided learning platform, like an innovation forum that we are deploying this year, and several other instruments that we have already deployed, and some others that we are now deploying, in addition to the regional innovation scheme that I mentioned, and focusing on the technical flagships that I described before. To note here that these flagships are, let's say, being updated according to the challenges and modern trends. So when it is needed, these flagships are being updated. All these come together in order to eventually realize the economic and societal impact that we're looking for. This impact is what will also eventually provide us with this increase of innovation capacity regarding manufacturing. And this is the last slide regarding our partnership, this European partnership. We want to have our partnership industry-driven, so 50% of our partners are coming from industry and from various industrial sectors, automotive, aerospace, consumer goods, white goods, electronics, robotics, several of them, and as well as we have in the partnership several well-known universities and RTOs. We currently have more than 60 European partners from industry, and now from, I think, even more than 17 EU countries. So this was an introduction that I would like to give you to EIT Manufacturing. I'm thankful to the organizers for this invitation. I think that EIT Manufacturing offers a very good opportunity for the Greek manufacturing and innovation ecosystem. And also congratulations for the excellent organization.
Να πω ότι είναι θετικό να έχουμε μια πολύ στενή σχέση και με την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση.
We have a cooperation with the European Union and the program RIS. As a region of Western Greece, we are planning this 4-year program of this program and other funding programs that we have, and we take under consideration really important all these priorities and these suggestions that the United Commission gives us. But at the same time, we have some local characteristics that we have to think about when we are making a plan, a strategy for the next years. And when we go on, I will give this floor to Mr. Konstantinos Diamandouros. He is a representative in Brussels, permanent delegate to Business Europe in Belgium. He's a member of European Financial and Social Commission and has a great experience in innovation and research in European Commission, has finished his studies, his global and European politics in the University of Edinburgh and Southampton. And of course, he has a great experience in Belgium, and he was going to, in which language we are going to talk?
I was told to intervene in English, so I've prepared my intervention in English, but it can also be in, so I can just continue in English, if this is okay. So, thank you very much, Governor, for the invitation, and to give a bit of opportunity to give a bit of a flavor of what's happening at the European level, because I think already my colleagues from Greece gave a bit the perspective from SEV, how we see it domestically. So I will structure my intervention on two pillars. One will be the European recovery and the next generation EU. And then I will speak a bit more broadly about the industrial policy and how the fourth industrial revolution fits into that. So when we think about the challenge of the fourth industrial revolution, first of all, we need to make sure that our economies recover. I mean, we have experienced the deepest recession since the Second World War, and it is imperative that we make sure that Europe starts producing growth as quickly as possible. And of course, this growth has to be green and it has to be digital. So if we're looking at the challenges and the resources that have been mobilized, we know that the next generation EU has put together a purse of about 750 billion, which is unprecedented. And the big part of that, which is the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which is 672.5 billion, will be available to member states for reforms and investments. About 20% minimum of these funds, so this makes about 130 billion, has to be spent on the digital transition. And of course, we haven't seen the plans submitted yet because they're expected to be submitted in April. But my understanding is that some countries are intending to devote more than 20% of the RRPs on the digital transition. So this amount I mentioned, 130 billion, might actually be more in the end. Now, let's say from a business perspective, of course, we need to make sure that these funds are spent in a way that enhances the competitiveness of the European economies and their resilience. And it is very important also that the European Commission is monitoring how this money is spent in a way to ensure that we make the most out of this in terms of how our economies become stronger, you know, and also to ensure that Europeans actually believe that this goes into a good cause and there is faith and goodwill between the European countries. Now, the European Commission has proposed a scoreboard for the Recovery and the Resilience Facility, and to see how this money is spent on the digital transition. And just a few thoughts there. I mean, it's, of course, we already have indicators at European level. A very good example is the DESI indicator, which monitors the digital maturity of a nation. And of course, this can be an important part of monitoring how the money spent does indeed help the industrial transition. But I think there we could also look into different aspects. For example, what is the digital use and knowledge of SMEs? Because of course, the big companies are ensuring the digital transition. We already saw this in the previous panel where a cement company is implemented significant reforms to digitalize its operation. Most companies are SMEs, and I think the bet there is to make sure that also SMEs make, let's say, an industrial leap and adopt and embrace digital technologies. Now, as I said before, we are still waiting to receive the recovery and resilience programs from the member states. But a first understanding we have as a European business community is that a lot of the programs to be submitted will prioritize public investments when it comes to the digital transition. And of course, this is welcome because we need to have investments, for example, in high-speed internet. We need to have investments in developing 5G capacity. So no one is saying that we don't need investments into public infrastructure for the digital transition. But what we would like to see a bit more, and we'll be able to say something more hopefully in a month, is to give a few more incentives for companies and especially SMEs to be able to make this digital transition for the fourth industrial revolution. A very simple example could be to give an incentive of super depreciations for digital equipment. And this is something that has been proposed in Greece. So to wrap up that part of my intervention, the Next Generation EU does represent a very good opportunity for companies to ensure a digital transition. But of course, we need to wait for the programs and to make sure that sufficient funds are allocated to the private sector and that there is sufficient monitoring by the European Commission on this. Now, to go to the second stage of my intervention, I'd like to speak about industrial policy, because as we saw before, the fourth industrial revolution is affecting all types of sectors, even traditional manufacturing, and we cannot see the fourth industrial revolution in the absence of the industrial policy. Now, we know that the European Commission is about to announce a revision of its industrial policy at the end of April. And of course, the big elephant in the room is how we will be able to revise this in light of the lessons of the pandemic. We all know that the pandemic did actually, let's say, shake confidence in global trade and global supply chains, because they did, in fact, for some time stop operating. And of course, in this post-pandemic period, now we're confronted with a dilemma. How much do we keep markets open, and to what extent should we somehow rely on domestic European capacities and abilities for some sectors? And the Commission is trying to strike a balance there with this concept of open strategic autonomy, which is on the one hand saying we need to keep global trade open as much as possible. And this is very important because we know that 85% of global growth will come outside Europe. So if we are going to recover and have a strong growth in Europe, we need to be part of this growth outside. So we need to remain open, we need to export, and to be an attractive place for investment. At the same time, it's clear that in some areas, vaccines is the one which comes as the first example. But not only limited to that, we need to see where Europe needs to build on its own, let's say, sovereign capabilities. And if we're looking at the fourth industrial revolution, this will be very data-driven. And we know now that Europe is trying to develop to create a European data ecosystem. And there we know that the Gaia X platform is in the process of being developed. So clearly, I think there is a willingness and the political motivation to somehow create more ownership for data in Europe so that we can have a data system which also is in line with the European values on data. But at the same time, as I said, data has to be able to be exchanged across borders, and the EU has to be able to exchange data with other countries. And we see that with Japan, we have a data provision in our free trade agreement, and we have a similar one with the UK. So it's important that on the one hand, we keep trade open and data flows open, and where we need to look at developing some sovereign capacities, do that. Last but not least, and I'm going to finish with this, I think it's important also that we recognize the value of keeping the single market operational, because of course the pandemic has put a lot of barriers within the member states, and going back to where we were is of course a starting point, but we need to complete the single market, and this allows companies to take advantage of a huge market, to grow and become competitive. And this will also happen hand in hand with the digitalization of companies. So with this, I'm done, and I would like to thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Diamandouros, and you give another distance on how the Europe and also the SEV shows this transformation to digital transition after the end of the pandemic. You mentioned a lot of things, but I would like to mention the extroversion, and I don't know what you want to say as extroversion, the European or the Greek one. I don't understand, and this is a matter of discussion, because in the globalized society, all the products and the trade of products are free, as the funds are free and the capitals are free. So I think you talk about the extroversion of Europe, but in Greece we are much more interesting in the extroversion of Greek enterprises, having the same goals with the extroversion of European products. We both have to gain a lot, because we want to have we want an access to developing countries, as for example in the Asia. I'm not only mentioning the China, but also Asia at the same time, that they are coming to the G20. They are becoming members of them. And I believe that if we have common goals, we might have the same orientation and goals. I don't know if you want to make a...
No, just to say, I spoke mainly on the European side of things. But of course, as you correctly said, I mean, Greece is a country where exports of nuts are a relatively small percent of our GDP. And of course, it is SEV's, let's say, policy, and one of our main objectives is to somehow approach a bit more the European average and increase our percentage of exports as a percentage of GDP. So I agree with your comments, and I hope this clarified also my intervention.
Thank you so much. And I hope we have the opportunity to see you face-to-face in Patras. And every year we are doing a conference in Achaia Klaus. And it is good to have a face-to-face presence and finish all this pandemic. And the next meeting would be face-to-face. The other speaker is going to speak as a representative of German, Ms. Teresa Horner. That is Saber Advisor of Confederation of German Employees. It is a great association some German enterprises that connects and unites many fields that has to do with banking, financing. Κυρία Χόνορ, που είσαστε εδώ σήμερα.
Sorry, I'm not sure if the translation worked correctly because at some point you just stopped. Everyone hearing me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
So we would like to listen to your speech, and we're very happy to have you here again.
Okay, I haven't heard any translation, and also nothing in Greek. So I'm not sure what you just said, but I guess you opened the stage to me. So first of all, good afternoon from Brussels to Greece. I'm very happy to be here today, and indeed I'm from BDA, German employers. We are. Sorry, now I hear the translator in my ear.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Maybe you just want to give me like a go when I'm supposed to talk?
No, I have to translate in Greek whatever you said in English. So.
All right. So, okay. Yeah, let me start again. So it's a pleasure to be here and to reflect a bit on the fourth industrial revolution from the German employer's perspective. Clearly, the digitalization is in full swing. We've heard that today from all the speakers, and it has already massively changed the way we work and live, of course. And I would like to explain you why I believe we need to approach the digital transformation with optimism and courage. I will do so first by shedding some lights on the opportunities this brings to the world of work, so to our companies and our employees. And second, what we need to harness them in our mindset, but also on our political agendas. So let me maybe start first with the opportunities to the world of work. We clearly have great opportunities offered by the digital transformation. According to studies, for example, if the German economy would fully exploit its digital potential, we would be able to increase our annual growth by around 500 billion euro. That's quite an increase. For companies in specific, our German SMEs can, of course, secure their leading position in areas such as mechanical engineering, but also automotive industry, and expand it even further. Startups can open up to new markets worldwide with their innovative business models. And there's also a lot of potential for the skilled trades and the whole service industry. But the other point is the opportunities for employees. And that, of course, relates to all of us. Because I think we all know those horror scenarios of widespread automation and job losses and so on. In Germany, clearly the positive employment effects dominate. And because if tackled correctly, digitization can be a success story. And it's true, certain jobs will disappear. At the same time, numerous new jobs will be created, and existing one will be, of course, further developed. I also have a few examples later if we enter into the discussion, if you're interested. But of course, none of this will happen overnight. Quite the contrary. Employees will have or already have with the digital transformation opportunities for mobile working, more flexible working hours, and hence a better work-life balance. Intelligent assistance systems enable older employees to work longer and also to integrate people with disabilities. So things can become more inclusive if we do it right. It can also reduce the risk of accidents and illnesses. And of course, we have easy access to digital education offerings, which make, at least in theory, lifelong learning possible for everyone. So the big question, or let's say the tough question, is how do we get there? How are we able to benefit from these transformations, and what do we need for that? So one point is the mindset, how we need to think about change, and the other one is indeed and very concretely what we need to put on our political agendas. Starting with the mindset. Digital transformation is not waiting for us in Germany to adapt, that's for sure. We also don't know exactly where this transformation will take us in the coming years and decades. We do know that during COVID, those companies that had at least partially digitalized their business models and work processes, that they proved to be more resilient. So only flexible companies will be successful in the long run, and also only flexible jobs will be the ones that are the most secure, actually. We also don't want our framework conditions for the transformation to be shaped by countries that do not necessarily share our European values, right? I think we can all agree on that. So we do need to shape this change with the right mindset in Germany, but also in Europe, because otherwise we will be left behind internationally and we will suffer losses in terms of employment and prosperity. So what we need is openness to new technologies. We need to actively and positively shape the change in the economic and working world. And new ideas are always super hard to develop in old fenced-off spaces. So we need free space and we need the right support. So for that, policymakers need to set smart frameworks that enable companies and employees to take advantage of the structural changes. And we need to ensure that investments succeed in Germany and in Europe, and that jobs are created here and not lost. So we do need a mental change that makes the desire for the future. I think that's a very important point. The desire for the future, the guiding principle of action in business and in politics. Now coming to my last point, the political agenda. And colleagues have mentioned that before. We do need in the member states high-performance digital infrastructure. We also need better conditions for startups and innovations, more investment in cutting-edge research. And 2 points which are quite dear to me. One is digital leadership. We must work closely with our European partners, because otherwise we won't be able to secure Europe's competitiveness vis-a-vis countries like China and the US. So we need to avoid being left behind in the race for digital leadership. And we need to set our own standards according to our values. And for that, discussion is very important, and also discussing the risks. And above all, and that's what my colleague Konstantinos has mentioned as well, we need to complete the digital single market. This is crucial for the EU agenda. So we need to remove remaining barriers there that make it just enable digital technologies and business models to take advantage of that huge market we have here. And the second very important point to me is a comprehensive educational commitment. We need to prepare young people in school, in training, in universities for the new challenges. And we need to promote individual and lifelong learning. Because this is indeed the most important point when we want to master those transformations in our benefit, the investment in human capital. Because if we don't want to leave anyone behind, we need to make everyone fit for the future. And that needs continuous re- and upskilling, really also commitment from each individual to adapt and to develop their own skills. But of course, also companies need to fulfill their duty to train their people according to the labor market needs. So we do need also national skills strategy that combat the skills shortages and skills mismatches. And of course, one point of that is that we need to skill our people according to our needs, and also need to be able to anticipate future skills needs. But at the same time, we also need to attract talents from abroad. And I think here it's also important to keep indeed a close eye on brain drain that has been also mentioned before, because we don't want to educate our talented people and then lose them to other countries, of course. And my last 3 points are very short. We also need a modern employment law that gives companies and employees the flexibility they need. We need the right legal and organizational framework to enable agile work. And last but not least, we need to rethink data protection. For example, 64% of companies in Germany that consider introducing some kind of AI technologies say that data protection is one of their most important barriers. So we have to rethink that, so that indeed the way we think about data protection is not in the way of innovation. So let me conclude with, I really believe there's every reason to tackle the current challenges with optimism and with courage, and to focus on innovation, research, and skills to exploit all those opportunities I've mentioned, and to secure growth and of course prosperity at the end. So it was a pleasure to share my thoughts with you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hornung. You give us the dimension of the situation that in Germany, of what is happening in Germany. I was impressed by the fact that it was a statement with the employment and the technology, the connection between them. But I think that Germany is one country in Europe that has not many problems on that field. And I think that the unemployment hit the northern countries and not the German, because there is no competitiveness between southern and northern countries, in which I believe that the Industry 4 has a vital role in order to close this competitiveness. And each country has its own role. And of course, the Western region, due to the University of Patras and the Hellenic Open University and all the research centers that we have a development in technology that will help. We are really proud for being in this region and having an investment, a great investment in research and innovation in Greece. And as we have for the enterprises we have here, we are really proud to be so convenient, and it's due to the universities and the research centers in our area. But we have to do many more things, and as a western region of Greece, we have taken the initiative to create new research centers in a Pan-Hellenic dimension. And we have made a study to see how we can help and which field in technology we can help in order to make these research laboratories and use some scientists, not only Greek one, but from other countries, in order to help the industry in our area. And of course, the region of Western Greece is going to help and fund this project. It is our obligation, the government's obligation, to help, but you know that the region in Greece and in German as well, they have a great power in order to help, and we want that in Greece the regions to have this power and much more even to have a greater model, not to be centralized in the government, but regionalized, in order to solve some problems like unemployment, like digitalization, or maybe pandemic problems that are created in our area. So thank you so much for coming here today. I wish to see you face to face in another meeting in Patras, if you want.
Yeah, I would love that.
In Achaia Klaus, if you know. That is founded 200 years ago from a barbarian Klaus, and it's the greatest opportunity in the place to visit. So you should be really proud to come and see it. Okay?
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I would love to. Many thanks. And also thank you very much for sharing some insights on the western region of Greece.
Let's go to the other speaker, that is Virginie Fermot, that represents the regional cooperation with the European Japan. And it's really important because Ms. Diamantopoulou, as Ms. Diamantopoulou mentioned, looking Western, we are doing it. Ms. Fermot, if it's online. Sorry for being delayed, but at the same time, we had some technical problems. I would like to give you the floor and say that you are an initiative, this office, an initiative for the Europe and coordination with the Europe and Japan governments, and will promote and accelerate the international regional cooperation for the Industry 4, and of course the mobilization of people, and provides information for fundings, investments, tools, and supports all European and Japan partnership. It is really important. This year we have the Olympic Games in Japan, and I hope they will be in Japan. Your floor, the speech is yours.
Thank you very much for your invitation. Yes, my name is Virginie Fermot, and I am the coordinator of the EU-Japan Regional Cooperation Help Desk, which was launched in 2019 by the EU-Japan Center for Industrial Cooperation. This help desk was created in order to promote and accelerate all forms of cooperation in industry, as well as in trade, investment, innovation, tourism, and people mobility at the regional level between European regions, Japanese prefectures, and European and Japanese clusters. This help desk is managed by the European Center for Japanese Studies in Alsace, located in Grand Est region in France, and CLAIRE, the Council of Local Authorities for International Relations, located in Tokyo and Paris. CLAIRE is linked to all the Japanese prefectures, all the Japanese local governments, and it is one of the major actors for accelerating cooperation with Japan throughout the world. In order to promote existing EU-Japan regional successful cooperation, our help desk created a webinar series on EU-Japan regional good practices, best practices. You can see the presentations and listen to the recordings of these first webinars on our website. For example, the subjects of these webinars are agri-food innovation between Kumamoto Prefecture and the French Pitagora cluster, renewable energy, and regional revitalization between Fukushima Prefecture and the state of North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany, life sciences between Osaka Prefecture and BioX Clusters Alliance, which regroups 4 clusters from 4 European regions in France, Germany, Italy, and Spain. Healthcare ecosystem regional cooperation between Kanagawa Prefecture and Old City in Finland. If you are a European region or a European cluster, you can register as a member on our website. This spring, we will integrate all the official profiles of our European and Japanese members in order to highlight not only their successful existing cooperation, but also their needs for the future. Currently, the main problem for the internationalization of European regions, clusters, and SMEs is to find good partners in Japan. With that objective in mind, we try not only to promote existing cooperation, but also to increase EU-Japan regional cooperation with better connections to suitable partners, policymakers, clusters, and ecosystems. If you are interested in establishing relationships with Japan, with Japanese actors, please do not hesitate to contact us. I would like to add that in the framework of the Partnership of Sustainable Connectivity and Quality Infrastructure signed in 2019 by the EU and Japan, we promote and improve EU-Japan cooperation with third countries, Asia, Latin America, Africa, etc. Presently, many Japanese SMEs choose Europe as a first step for Africa. And European SMEs go to Japan with the objective of entering the Asian markets, for example, China and Korea. This is the reason that the title of my presentation is International Regional Cooperation. We are going beyond just EU-Japan regional cooperation. If Industry 4.0 is synonymous with connectivity, successful, sustainable internationalization is also a creation of connectivity to the correct counterparts. To make these connections, we suggest that you participate in our annual EU-Japan regional cooperation matchmaking sessions, which will be held this spring, most likely in May, to be confirmed. We will propose several sessions: biotech and life sciences, digital, of course, agri-food, environmental and green economy, sustainable tourism. You will be able to register on our website in a few days. The EU and Japan are sharing key priorities for the future. In industrial transition, concerning the digital economy, digitalization, in green transition and circular economy, also decarbonization, in the field of biotech and life sciences. So we can say that we have the same perspective and objectives. I would like to add that in the framework of the Economic Partnership Agreement signed 2 years ago, the EU-Japan Center for Industrial Cooperation created an EPA help desk, which can also help you to understand how you can benefit from the EPA and lower taxes. It is not only for the agri-food industry, but also for other sectors. We have to thank you, the EU-Japan Center for Industrial Cooperation, for this initiative of the EU-Japan Regional Cooperation Help Desk. This EU-Japan Center for Industrial Cooperation is co-founded and co-managed by DG GROW from the European Commission and METI, the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. So we invite you to contact us and also to follow our activities, our activity on SMEs. We would like to collaborate, of course, with your region of Greece in order to reflect on how we can highlight your current cooperation with Japan in future EU-Japan regional cooperation events. I would also be very interested in helping you develop cooperation with Japan in the future, of course, if you have the need. I would like to thank you very much again for your invitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to inform you that we already have a quite important program for exporting and on exhibition and marketing activities for the Greek wine of the region in Japan. and South Korea, but we're talking about Japan now. And it will be, we will be able to have the opportunity to present all the products of the area. This is an EU subsidized program for 3 years. So we are developing we're trying to find all the capabilities and the resources in order to proceed in other sectors as well. I know that the food sector is very important. Olive oil and wine and cheese, but there are other kinds of products as well. So I don't know what's the easiest way for the help desk to communicate. Is it by email, or what is the best way usually you communicate with companies that they want to ask questions to you?
Yes, they can send us emails. I share my email before. I can write it on the chat if necessary. And we can also do Zoom with meetings or online meetings in order to have detailed discussion about what you need. And our Japanese partner, the Claire, will join the meeting, and it is connected to all the prefectures, so all the clusters of Japan, so we can find you the best partner for your project. We need to have a very detailed presentation of what you did and what you are searching now, and we can explore this.
Okay, so that's very helpful, and thank you again for your presentation. And I hope to be able to see you in person in one of our future events here in the region of Western Greece and Patras. I would like to proceed to the next speaker. The next speaker is Mr. Dusan Vasilevich. Dusan Vasilevich is a director for business and investment in the National Alliance for Economic Development in Serbia. Are you hear us? Yes, Mr. Vasilevich, can you hear us? Please proceed with your speech. Can you open your microphone, please?
Yes.
Thank you very much for being here. We're very very keen to see your presentation. Serbia is a country which is very close to Greece for many cultural and historical reasons, I would say. But we should focus also on today business opportunities. And I know that there are already some established business relations and liaisons, but we need to do more on that aspect.
Yeah, that will be really important. And let me start by thanking you for this very kind invitation. It's a pleasure and honor and very useful to be part of this panel and to be listening to the great panelists that you have assembled. So if you agree, I'll try to share my screen, my rather short presentation with you. And I hope that you'll be able to see the screen soon.
Yes.
I hope
yes.
You do see. Excellent. Well, let me start just by saying that NALED, as a National Alliance for Local Economic Development, is Serbia-based organization, but now lately increasingly active in the region of the Western Balkans, basically covering area from Croatia to Montenegro and Macedonia on the east, and having plans to expand beyond that region. And I think it will be interesting to participants and to attendants of the conference to see what's the role of our organization in promoting goals of the 4.0 revolution, as we tend to call it. Let me tell you just a little bit about National Alliance for Local Economic Development. It's, I think, a rather peculiar organization and maybe different to what you have used to be interacting in your daily work. Basically, it's a private public association that gathers number of businesses local governments and academia and NGOs. And you can see here the breakdown of our membership, but it's important to see that we try to bring together big businesses and small businesses, that most of local governments, including both cities and municipalities in Serbia, are members of NALED, dues-paying members, I have to say, and that we also gather academia and NGOs to help us promote local economic development in Serbia, in a region. And NALED has very good institutional position based on its technical expertise and knowledge of the processes of policy making, especially, and capacity building in the public sector and the private sector. And as a result of that, NALED is member of tens of national level working groups that work on some of very important development policies in Serbia right now. And one of the flagship projects of NALED in the region that goes beyond Serbia is Western Balkans Municipal Business Friendliness Certification Program. So we basically have developed the set of criteria that would designate certain cities and municipalities as a business friendly, then go out and check, help local governments to meet those criteria, and then award them this very, very important business friendly certificate. And that is something that local governments from Croatia, again, including Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, and Macedonia, North Macedonia, already have. So I think that's something that's relevant for the region as well. And I would start by present several of our key projects that are very indicative of how organizations like ours can move and improve things by bringing together representatives of businesses, of central governments, local governments, and NGOs. And but let me just share with you that we are closely following how Serbia progresses on Global Innovation Index to see how competitive we are on that front. We always note, the last result is that Serbia is at the 57th position out of 129 countries. We are not completely happy with that, but we acknowledge process, and that is important. And one of the key impediments that we see, and that this international index is basically confirming, is the lack of finances for SMEs, and especially for their innovative projects and for digital transformation. And as you will see later, that's something that we will try to address. Luckily or fortunately, I would have to say that big priority of our government is now on providing of e-government services, and we see that as an important contributor to the development of digital transformation, and that's something that has a positive spillover effect on the business sector as well. I will start these case studies by presenting something that is not really directly economy related. It's a work that we did with teachers in our elementary or primary and secondary school, high schools, in the midst of pandemic, and it was part of our project Education for 4.0 Revolution. And we encouraged all teachers to work with their students and to present best and most innovative example of online and distance learning teachings, and that was really met with huge interest. We have had more or around 700 contributions from our teachers, very enthusiastic. And in doing this, we have again brought together businesses who have provided funds for very attractive award fund that has included prizes like TVs with cameras for schools and personal computers and cell phones and so on. So dozens of prices that made this competition very, very attractive. And again, as a part of cooperation between business sector and central and local governments and schools, of course. Now we see that government of Serbia is interested in making that kind of competition traditional one, that we see ministries of education in the region interested to apply same competition in their countries or to make some regional competition. So basically, it's an example of how much can be achieved even in very difficult conditions as the COVID pandemic was, to improve situation. And again, we believe that educators in Serbia we believe are undervalued, need to be supported and need to get resources that will help them to prepare new generations that can be really contributors to Revolution 4.0 and not only consumers of that. I referred earlier to the one of the key problems in Serbia, lack of funding for SMEs, innovative and for digital transformation. Again, by bringing together government and private sector, we have managed to do something that we basically never had in Serbia. That is creation of $5 million US dollars fund, grants for businesses who want to improve or who want to implement innovation in their work, or who want to implement digital transformation. For us, there were programs like that before, but never one that was fully funded by the private sector and that is supported by the government on the policy level. And that is something that we are very hopeful that other big companies in Serbia are going to follow. This company that pledged so much resources from our point of view is Philip Morris International, but we are very hopeful that other companies are going to follow as well. And as a part of this project, we have also set of additional activities that are going to support realization of important goals for small businesses, for innovators. We want to improve public policies and to remove all impediments for doing business digitally, for innovating, for digital transformation, and to make all support provided by the government much more useful than some of the earlier programs that costed the budget significant amounts of money, really produced when we did some analysis. So that's another example of how much can be achieved when you bring together businesses, when they contribute their own funds, and when you pair that with support that can be provided by the central government. We intend to introduce some innovative, even policy measures. We are creating a laboratory of innovative public policies. We want to develop concepts as regulatory sandboxes. We also want to address issues that were mentioned by some of the previous speakers as how to regulate non-standard types of work to be actually conducive to this type of economic development, and to address all public policy that can have very positive effect on development of digital economy sector. As a part of that, we are suggesting a coordinating body by the government that will be really focused on this segment of our economy. Another story that presents how our businesses work with government and how knowledge helps that process is chatbot for inspections oversight. In this example, we also work with EBRD, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, that provided initial funding. We saw that our inspections are very much overburdened with day-to-day communication with businesses and with citizens, explaining some ordinary typical things or taking their complaints and so on. And we decided that we can do a lot by automating that process and by some clever use of artificial intelligence. And just in a matter of 1 month after launch of this system, we have noted a reduction in terms of email communications and phone calls to the call center by 12%, which is really good. And when you think about all reduction in the labor that is needed to take those calls, it's really amazing, and especially because the chatbot allows for users, businesses, and citizens to get basically instant responses to their inquiries. So we see that as something that has very promising potential. And what we are doing in that area is basically taking some of the best approaches that are already employed in public sector and trying and working to implement them in the government sector, which is basically lagging in introduction of some of the most advanced technologies. Right now, we are in process of making the chatbot approach regional. That means to expand in other countries in the Western Balkans. Our first partner on that is Bosnia and Herzegovina, where we have already started implementing that. And that is not only related now with the services on the central government level, but we are working with local governments for them to help them to reduce the burden of answering to some typical inquiries of businesses and citizens, and to be able to serve them much better. So we see that as a decentralization initiative also. What is also important is that this activity is jointly funded by one donor, basically GIZ, German GIZ, but at the same time co-funded by one local IT company in Serbia, who's working with us to develop this project, reduces its costs this way. And hopefully when everything is proven to be functioning properly, and it does already function properly, they'll be able to market that in the region or in other countries in the Europe. So we see that as a really win-win situation. So it's basically piloted for municipal administrative processes, for business registration, for scholarships for students, for issuance of different kinds of municipal certificates. So hopefully it's going to have an impact of making interaction between businesses and local governments much more effective and easier, and hopefully cheaper than it was before. And just briefly at the end, I'll try to share with you some of our thoughts, what are our conclusions based on working on bringing together private sector and public sector, meaning businesses, governments on the central and local government level. The first conclusion is that opportunities for that cooperation are really plentiful. But sometimes people in public sector not knowing enough about private sector, and vice versa, people in private sector not knowing enough about public sector do not know how to exploit and to make best use of those opportunities. So they need some honest broker and organization like ours that has in its membership both public organizations but also private sector organization can help a lot. Also, we see that there is a potential to make a use of some of the products and services developed, for example, in Serbia, and to apply them in other countries in the Western Balkans. There is already interest for that. There are other mostly IT services developed in other countries like Macedonia, for example, very sophisticated system for issuance of construction permits that Serbia took over and then further implemented and upgraded, and now it's maybe one of the most advanced systems for electronic issuance of construction permits that exist in the region and maybe beyond the region of Western Balkans. And again, one of the very often questions is, how do we promote digital transformation as a tool to improve public services? And now our answer is that we don't really need to think about how to promote digital transformation. What we need to promote is to pinpoint and to identify exactly the points where functioning of our public sector is not at the level that is needed by the local governments, where opportunity for the improvement exists. And as soon as we identify those bottlenecks, we'll see that digital transformation is always or almost always a tool to overcome and to solve those problems. Again, we need to be constantly reminded how much resources there are in the private sector and how much private sector is willing to share, as long as they know that what they provide is going to be used by public sector in a way that is going to improve its services and its efficiency for the benefits of all economy, of all businesses, and of citizens as well. So thank you. That was a short presentation. Sorry if I spoke too fast going through it.
Dear Mr. Vasilevich, thank you very much for your presentation. I will speak a little bit slower because it's been many hours, and our persons who do the translation are telling me that they're all exhausted.
Sorry. I must have contributed to that, and my sincere apologies for
No, that's not your problem at all. I would like to comment that the region of Western Greece also is interested very much, and we already participate to the macro region of Ionian Adriatic Sea. And in that context, we will launch some initiatives in the near future about this. We have some discussions with other countries as well, and of course your country is mostly invited to be part of this macro region. And as I said before, we are in the process of forming a strategy for the next 4 years. So we will have to find out in which sectors we have a strong advantage, and to try to work all of the countries in the area together. Of course, the European Union sets most of the initiatives, I would say most of the priorities, but we also have some local priorities that we would like to focus on as well. So thank you very much. We shall keep our contact. Please stay with us if there's any questions at the end. And we go to the next speaker, who is Ionut Razvan Mocanu, General Director of the Federation of Technopol Galați from Romania. Is Mr. Mocanu with? Okay, Mocanu or Mocanu, I'm sorry, I didn't...
Don't worry. Tikani.
Καλά, πολύ καλά.
Unless I spoke some Greek a little bit.
Thank you for being with us.
Yes, thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure. If you can hear me and everything is okay.
Perfect.
I can share my screen.
Perfect.
I have a small presentation. Okay. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, so again, greetings from Galați, Romania. I have a small presentation for today. It is focused a little bit on our association, on Europe, the Black Sea, and us. This is the title for today's presentation. I will try a little bit, you can see it on the slide. I have some comments beside the slides. Galați is one of the major cities in Romania, and of course, center of development. It is strategically positioned as a regional connection hub between the countries of the Western Black Sea region. We have two big universities and the port. Also, we are a center of industry, especially shipbuilding and metallurgy. Also, it is important to know that our city is included in the Trans-European Transport Network corridor Rhine-Main-Danube. Okay, I'll do it myself. The next slide, I wanted to give my opinion about the Black Sea area. So to speak, my expertise is in projects around the Black Sea area, and this is what I am trying to give you some points today between Europe and Black Sea. Of course, the Black Sea region has an immense potential in all sorts of fields, and it is our job to recognize them, the stronger points, and try to develop them. I'm talking here about biotic resources, maritime transport, connectivity, tourism, energy, and so on. But in the same time, and like I said, it's my humble opinion, I think I acknowledge the issues in the area related to marine pollution, climate change, economic instability, lack of initiatives in development the community and engaging the people into decision-making processes. As you probably know, there are around 120 organizations and institutions around the Black Sea, and it's my opinion, I don't see a lot of things to really impact this region. So in this slide, I wanted just to promote the good points and tell you what I think is lacking in this region. About Europe and the Technopole Association, of course, we have now in implementation 4 projects, 4 European projects on the Black Sea Basin Joint Operational Program 2014-2020. And this is one of the important points in our association, and I think it is normal to say that Europe has done a good thing. One of them, of course, it's not the only one. The European community with this program, it is very important from our region. Also for Greece, we have in this project partners from Greece, from Turkey, from all the countries around the Black Sea. And I think, in my opinion, this is a very touchable thing for the European community to done in this region, because we had some and we have this project, the preparation for the new programming period, 2021-2027, are ongoing in the Black Sea Basin, and we are proudly contributors to the creation as part of the national working group for this program. Okay, to continue in this slide, we have only the title for our project. Mostly are regarding the environment medium around the Black Sea and waste-free rivers, of course, and anti-littering partnership. These are program very important, as I see, for the climate, for the marine pollution. We try to have some active contribution in this area. Next slide. There are two also very important projects of our association, and more technical ones. The first one is a very big project for port logistic and communication over 5G communication. It is very important because it's a big project, like I just told you, with 15 other partners, and it is also important for me and for Romania, because it's a project on Horizon 2020. The second one is also a very interesting idea. It started with our partners from Italy, and also for me it is interesting and new, because this project is on a new area for European funding. Is a project called LIFE, and we are also partners, as you can see on the screen, from Italy and Bulgaria, and it will be a barge who will collect and transform on the barge the coastal plastic residue. It's a very, very interesting project, and it will be on two rivers, one from Romania, Danube, and one from Italy, Sarno. So these are two very technical projects that we are involved in right now. Okay, this is my last slide, but not the last one, I hope. Of course, industry is one of the most important pillars for European economy. Right now, we stand on a brink of a new industrial revolution, driven by the new economical generation, information technologies, and cloud computing, big data, robotic, and 3D printing. They open new horizon for all of us, for industry, to become more efficient, to improve some process in development, in innovative products and services. I think right now Europe is very strong in digital sectors, such as electronics, security, telecom equipment. Now we are preparing for 5G connections. Like I said, robotics also. There are big steps in robotics. I think, however, high-tech sectors face severe competition from other countries, from United States, from China, from Asian countries. And small and medium enterprises are a little bit behind those from the countries I just told you. In the end, as a conclusion, no European countries, a member state, regardless of its size, is large enough to face all the problems of our 21st century. As we move to economic reconstruction, our choices will decide our future. And I think we have now a more united Europe, and I hope they will take the right and good choices. They should focus on the ability to protect citizens, to develop the economy. This is a must for Europe, and to prepare for what I called an interesting future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Răzvan Moceanu. It is a pleasure also to be together in the committee, the Black Sea Committee in CPMR, as I know.
Yeah. Also in Black Sea Economic Development Association. Yeah, we are trying to be in this area. Yeah.
So we will have the opportunity to speak again very soon in different panels. Thank you for your time and your presentation. This is just the beginning, I think. And as far as we are concerned, we have a lot of things to do also on the program, as you said, Interreg program and other programs. And it's also important to keep a close eye with organizations like yours, that they do a lot of things, and especially on so close with the businesses and industries. I will proceed with the last speaker today. Last but not least, challenges and opportunities in the region of Adjara, innovation, technology for the fourth industrial revolution, is the speech by Mrs. Ketevan Buliskeria, Director of the Technological Park in Batumi, Organization of Innovation and Technology in Georgia, in the region of Adjaria. So, Mrs. Buliskeria, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for your patience, and we're very happy to have you and eager to hear your speech.
First of all, I would like to introduce myself one more time. I'm Ketevan Buliskeria, and I'm introducing Innovation and Technology Agency, which is under the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Georgia. But nowadays, I'm located in Batumi, in the region of Adjara, and I'm a director and manager of the Technopark of Batumi. We just opened this Technopark in October, and we already have too many activities and news about it. And I would like to share my presentation and try to make my presentation shortly, because I know we don't have too much time. Okay. First of all, I would like to share a little bit about Georgian Innovation and Technology Agency, which is the main stakeholder which is trying to build startup ecosystem in Georgia. And nowadays, the shortly abbreviation of our organization is the JITA, and I will mention it like JITA. JITA is working in different directions. We are trying to do some trainings about innovation and entrepreneurship to awareness innovation, workshops and hackathons in Tbilisi and tech parks in regions. And I will tell you later how many tech parks we have in Georgia. And we are implementate the pre-accelerator program in 7 universities. We are implementators, we are trained by international experts, and mentor network, more development to support startups. Yes, we have 3 different kinds of grant for startups in Georgia. We have 15,000 lari, just for imagination, it's around nowadays for $5,000, and 100,000 lari for startups which is trying already to enter on the market. And already we have the biggest grant opportunity for 2,100 grant, which is 50 co-financing from private investors. And it means this business already should have some investment opportunities. Do you hear me? I'm sorry.
No, I'm repeat.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, there is some voices, I'm sorry. Okay.
No,
Nowadays, in Georgia, we have 7 innovation hubs and 2 innovation centers.
Bravo, okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, but I'm hearing some voices.
Somebody has his microphone open. I would ask all the speakers to switch off his microphones.
Okay. This is infrastructure for innovation, what we have in Georgia nowadays. And one of the technoparks in Batumi, as I mentioned already. Another one we have in Zugdidi, Tel Aviv, Aspikojani, and also, of course, in Tbilisi. In the 2020 years, we opened last 3 technoparks in Batumi, Kaspi, and Gurjani. It's the Kakheti region. It means we are already, as you see, trying to cover whole Georgia, as you see on the map, to introduce for our people the innovation infrastructure in Georgia. We are trying to do some trainings for the people to increase some skills for people in ICT sector development by announcing programming for 300 IT specialists in high demanded professions, and people are very interested in Georgia, very interested to be part of these trainings, and they are involved in it. And we speak already about the some grants what we are providing to startups, which is the main work about innovation and technologies. Of course, it is the main issue for the grantees. Now I would like to speak a little bit about industry activities in Georgia. In the way of to say infrastructure, as we mentioned already, we opened technoparks in Georgia. It means 7 parks. Nowadays in Georgia we have it, and people have the chance to work in with new technologies and to work in new tech parks. And also we already have too many projects which is about the Industry 4, and I will speak later about it. We are trying to to make some activities for innovation awareness, and we are making nowadays some very interesting researches to see how the business and the economic is ready for Industry 4 in Georgia. And we are providing financial support like from GIDA with the different statuses, and also we providing exactly in Batumi, providing services in three directions. What I already mentioned is infrastructure, this is services, and this is the educational trainings. And we are trying to increase, innovation and technology awareness in people in these three directions, because in regions of the Georgia, this is some kind of new, and for us is some kind of challenge to open the mind for the Georgian people, to start them think to make some innovation projects, some innovation, develop some innovation business ideas, and some kind of this. One of the interesting projects, what already started in 2020 in Georgia was EU-funded project is implemented with the involvement of the higher education institutions and organizations in Belgium, Sweden, Portugal, Ukraine, and Georgia. And what is so interesting for Achara region, the biggest university of Achara is involved on this project, and we also, my organization, Georgian Innovation and Technology Agency, is involved in this project. And strategic goal of the project is strengthen the role of Georgia and different higher education institutions in industrial transformation through industrial paradigm of 4. Also, like I already mentioned, and I would like to speak a little bit about it without my presentation. In the Industry 4 is new also for the Georgia, not as you know, it's for the whole world. But for Georgia, we already started to make some researches, and we are trying to build some capacity in educational institutions in these directions. And different researches shows that there is a positive dynamic in Georgia in the direction of innovative technologies. Companies see the need for this, consider that with the help of technologies will improve the quality of the product, simplify the processes, and optimizing the cost. But somehow, in Georgia we have imagination, the companies and the industries and the economy in Georgia doesn't ready for the innovation for the Industry 4. But as we see the results of the researches, the companies is ready and they are happy to optimizing their costs. This is an opportunity to gain a competitive advantage, increase customer satisfaction, and ultimately came to their results more easily and economically. And we can summarize this issue, and I will share with you, if you will interested on this issue, some research results. But it's so sad. This is in Georgian language, but final result of the research was that. And I was so happy to see this kind of result. The Georgian economic and the Georgian companies they are positive in this issue, and they are ready to transform their industries to use Industry 4. In Georgian Innovation and Technology Agency, we are trying to collaborate with the science, research, and technology. Our tech parks is open for scientific groups, and why we are underlining this kind of issues, because in Georgia nowadays we don't have too many cases when, for example, technologists, researchers, and scientists are working together. Because as I already mentioned, for example, for our Chara region, the Technopark was the first infrastructure and the first, chance to work with new technologies. And we are providing not only the infrastructure, but we are providing the high technology machines. So we are 3D printers and the sciences and many different kind of interesting opportunities for startups, for scientists, for different kind of people from our region. And we are trying to build this kind of cooperation to increase innovation and technology industry in Georgia, and to support, we are trying to supporting applied science, innovation, technology, and we are trying to do too many projects in this way. We are trying to popularize the STEM because we are trying to build a new generation with new technologies and the research and the science approaches to have a long-term good and positive results finally. This was my short presentation. I would like to say thank you to you, because whole day I was listening very nice presentations, and I shared very good experience from experienced people from different countries, and I really appreciate to be here today, and thank you very much. And I hope if you will have another conferences, I will be a participant of them also.
Ms. Ketevan Buliskeria, thank you so much for your speech. Can you hear me? No.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. It was a very detailed, analytical, to the point. I think there's a lot of things that you do, and of course, this is just the first introduction of your organization in the region of Western Greece. We will have collaboration in the future. As you know, we already have a lot of Interreg projects, MED, Balkan, etc., and other initiatives as well. So we would really like to continue this first collaboration of today. It's important to have more countries in the same direction. And I believe Georgia is a country that we have long relations with Greece. I have not visited the country, but I hope in the future we will be able to do so. And also for your, in another conference, we will invite you also here to the region of Western Greece in Patras. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all the speakers. I don't know if anybody would like to have a quick remark before we end this session. If not, once again, I would also like to thank our translator, who made a tremendous effort to translate from Greek to English. Greek is a difficult language, but they say it's the language of computers. So thank you again. We have to understand that we share common values, common problems, and if we work together, the solutions could be also easier to find and reach. I also thank all the countries who participated, from Romania to Serbia to Georgia, the people from Germany, from Brussels. I have to say that unfortunately the representative from China had already agreed for the panel, but they don't allow them to participate in Zoom meetings. As you understand, there is a barrier in China. They promised us to send us a video message. We haven't received that video message yet. We only received the PowerPoint presentation, but there is nobody to do that presentation. The video message never arrived. As you understand, we have to work towards on eliminating all those barriers from east to west as well. In the future, I hope so. So thank you, everybody, and hope to have you soon in another event of our region and of Europe Direct Patras. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you very much
for the invitation.
And the interesting panel.